Hi, good evening. Just want to call the meeting to order for the Oxnard City Council for July 29th, 2025. Madam Clerk, may we have the roll call and posting of the agenda, please?
Mayor MacArthur,
Here.
Councilmember Perallo. Here. Councilwoman Bettis.
Here.
Councilwoman Rodriguez.
Present.
Councilmember Starr.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran.
Here.
The agenda for this meeting was posted in the kiosk at City Hall, the Oxnard Public Library, the city administrative offices, and on the city's website on Thursday, July 17th. Thank you.
Thank you. Prior to closed session, we will take public comments on the closed session agenda. Can the city attorney please provide a statement prior to closed session?
Yes, Mayor. The City Council will recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 Subdivision D1 to confer with its attorneys. The matters being discussed are OPV Coalition versus Fox Canyon Groundwater Management Agency, City of Oxnard versus County of Ventura, and Joan Johnson versus City of Oxnard.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers for public comments prior to closed session?
And Mayor and council members, we do not have any public speakers in person or virtually for closed session. Thank you.
Thank you. Hearing that, the City Council will recess to a closed session, and at 6 p.m., we will begin with the regular meeting. Thank you. Let me just read something real quick. Hi, good evening, everyone. We're going to get started with our council meeting. We just emerged from closed session, and I'm going to turn it over to our city attorney, Mr. Fisher, for any announcements.
Thank you, Mayor. The council met in closed session to review the items listed on the agenda under items C1, C2, and C3, and there are no reported actions out of closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. So at this time, just want to call the meeting to order for the Oxnard City Council and Oxnard Financing Authority for Tuesday, July 29th, 2025. Madam Clerk, may we have the roll call and posting of the agenda, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, and then we'll take a moment of silence for Pastor Edgar Majorco, who passed, as well as the tragedy we saw in New York City that took the lives of 4.
All the gunshot victims recently in this country.
Thank you. And all the gunshot victims recently we've seen in this country. Thank you, Councilman Perrello.
Councilwoman Commissioner Basua. Here. Mayor Chair MacArthur.
Here.
Councilmember Commissioner Perrello.
Here.
Councilwoman Commissioner Bettis.
Here.
Councilwoman Commissioner Rodriguez.
Present.
Councilmember Commissioner Starr.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Vice Chair Teran.
Here.
The agenda for this meeting was posted in the kiosks at City Hall, the Oxnard Public Library, the city administrative offices, and on the city's website on Thursday, July 17th. Thank you.
Thank you. And we took a moment of silence for Mr. Alanis at last council meeting. We'll do it again for this council meeting. Thank you. If I can have everyone stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. You can just repeat after me. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. We'll go to the next item in the agenda. This is for public comments on items not on the agenda and non-action items. A person may address a legislative body only on matters not appearing on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the legislative body, and on non-action items such as ceremonial items, report of city manager and city council. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes. After 30 minutes, if all speakers have not had the opportunity to speak, the remaining speakers will be given an opportunity to speak prior to the adjournment of this meeting. Anyone wishing to speak on items not on the agenda and on non-action items can come forward at this time, or they can fill out a speaker card, or if you're joining us online, you can press *9 to raise your hand. I know we have a number of speakers here. I think we're up to 40 speakers. 44 speakers here. So I'm going to allow everyone to speak. I know you're here. It's important for you to speak, so I'll allow everybody to speak, okay? And we'll go to our first one.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Given the large number of speakers and our rules that after 30 minutes, they'd have to wait till the end, I'd like to make a motion to suspend the rules to allow all 44 speakers to speak.
Sure.
Without having being delayed till later in the meeting.
Yep.
So is there a second to that motion?
I'll
Sure.
second.
Yeah. Go first and a second, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Perrello. Councilwoman Bettis,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez,
Aye.
Councilmember Starr,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran,
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua,
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur.
Yes,
And this motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
perfect. We'll start with Martina Gallegos, and she'll be followed by Sarah.
Good evening, Mayor MacArthur, Mayor Pro Tem Teran, council members, and the public. Thank you. So anyways, it's been really difficult to attend events that require us to do like the Pledge of Allegiance, patriotic songs, with everything that's going on with the immigrant community. So I'm just going to read something I wrote. I breathe. I breathe for the man who works in the scorching sun and collects the harvest that makes others rich. I breathe for the mother who leaves her children alone to work so she can work in the fields under the blazing sun. I breathe for the miners who have to quit school to work in inclement weather conditions to help their siblings. I breathe for the single mother or married woman who works under heavy smoke and windstorms in the fields so the farmers can take their yearly vacations. I breathe for the teens who would rather be having fun away from home but are instead contributing to an ungrateful society. I breathe for young ladies who are stuck working in the fields instead of working towards a college degree. I breathe for the young newlyweds who can't afford a honeymoon but must work in the freezing cold. I breathe for the elderly who've lost their youth to pesticides and have death knocking on their doors. I breathe for the people who keep our economy afloat even though they can't reap the rewards. I breathe for the people who close their minds and hearts to those who sacrifice their lives for the oppressor. I breathe for the leaders who dedicate their lives to defending the most vulnerable communities. I breathe for the leaders who have a plan to protect and defend the rights and freedoms of our communities. I breathe for those who lost their lands but never the will or voice to reclaim them. I breathe for any immigrant who lost their identity to the greed of capitalism. I breathe for those who defend others' rights to the right to freedom, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Thank you.
Thank you, Martita. If I can just remind everyone, if you can just refrain, I know the comments sometimes are positive, we want to clap, but also there might be sometimes somebody makes a comment where we want to boo, so we just respect everyone's comments here, if we can just refrain from clapping and also from booing. Thank you. We'll go to Sarah, followed by Elisa. This is Sarah, S-A-R-A-H, and Elisa's A-L-Y-S-S-A. Elisa's Ellis. Good, Sarah.
Good evening, Mayor MacArthur, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the City Council. I am here today to express my deep concern about the effect ICE is having on the community of Oxnard. As a volunteer with the 805 Immigrant Coalition, I have seen the fear these masked thugs are spreading throughout the community. People are too afraid to leave their houses, even for necessities. I see the fear at the Sunday swap meets at Oxnard College, where vendors are telling us that attendance is consistently down, and attendees are coming up to us in quiet voices asking, "Is ICE here?" I see the fear in the calls that we get in our hotline. I saw the fear at Glass House on July 10th. When I arrived, I saw families huddled together, desperately trying to reach their family members who were trapped inside. I was tear gassed and shot with rubber bullets while peacefully protesting. I also see the community standing together to help those affected. I see local businesses opening their shops to collect donations that are then distributed through smaller organizations throughout the county. When I dropped off food and diapers, there was a line down the block and an army of volunteers there to assist in handing out bags of supplies. There is a desperate need for assistance currently in our community by those impacted by these raids. The community has come together to support those impacted. What has City Council done? We are asking City Council to step up and support our friends, family, and neighbors impacted by ICE. We are asking City Council to allocate $1 million in emergency funds for those impacted, provide city resources and infrastructure for community-based organizations and community-led groups responding to this crisis, publicly condemn the raids, and reaffirm Oxnard's commitment to the safety and security of all residents, regardless of immigration status, and develop a long-term protection and recovery plan for those impacted, and join the ACLU lawsuit. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Alyssa, and then following Alyssa, we'll take some callers that are virtually.
Hi, good evening. My name is Alyssa Ellis, and I'm a student close to graduating at UCSB. And this summer, I've had the privilege of interning at SCIU 721. I'm not here speaking as an expert, but as a part of the next generation of this city. I've had the chance to meet with so many City of Oxnard workers, people who keep Oxnard running. Who'd have thought that the backbone of Oxnard, the people who keep the city afloat, can barely afford to live here? I've spoken to students who are lifetime residents of Oxnard, and they are discouraged. Why would we want to work in a city that won't even pay us enough to keep us here? And if we feel discouraged, imagine how your workers feel. Oxnard has the chance to set a standard. Residents of Oxnard and workers of Oxnard should mean the same thing. Give the city negotiators the authority to bargain for COLAs and provide these workers a contract they deserve, because the future is watching. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to a virtual speaker. Madam Clerk, can you call upon who's next?
Gloria Soto, you have 3 minutes starting now.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Gloria Soto, and I'm here on behalf of Future Leaders of America, the heartbeat of a Latino youth-led movement committed to building a future that reflects the dignity, safety, and power of all communities, especially our immigrant communities. I rise today in strong support of the 5 urgent asks put forward by the community in response to the devastating ICE raids in Ventura County. These are not abstract policy demands. They are concrete steps towards healing, safety, and justice. First, we ask the allocation of at least $1 million in emergency funds for housing, food, legal services, and family reunification. This is a lifeline for families who have been torn apart and left in crisis. Second, make city facilities available to trusted community-based organizations so we can offer legal clinics, mental health support, and know your rights workshops in safe, accessible spaces. Third, we ask that you publicly condemn the ICE raids. The city's silence sends a message. So must your voice. Our families need to hear that their city stands with them, not against them. Fourth, commit to a long-term protection and recovery plan that prioritizes mental health, legal support, and youth resilience programming. The trauma from these actions will outlast the headlines. So must our response. And finally, we urge you to join the ACLU lawsuit. We cannot sit idle while unlawful federal actions violate the rights of our residents. Our youth are not waiting for change. They are leading it, but they need their city to lead with them. Oxnard has the opportunity to model what true community defense looks like. Let's meet the moment with courage, not caution. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Deborah Baber next.
Good evening. Thank you. The last time I was here, I was wearing a shirt that said, "I stand with Trump." I still stand with President Trump because I stand for America first. I stand for law and order, just like the president, and I stand for constitutional rule in this nation. Today, I wear a shirt that says, "I will not comply." I will not comply with Councilman Tehran or the mayor and their advocacy to allow criminal illegal aliens to remain in this community. I will not comply with the lies that you are espousing about them somehow being legally allowed to be in this country. I will not comply with the things that you are saying that are encouraging these young people to aid and abet illegal aliens, which is a federal crime. And for those young people out here, if they are ever found guilty of that, they could spend anywhere from 5 to 20 years of their lives in federal prison for doing that, for helping and aiding and abetting illegal aliens, and that's per individual. And if, God forbid, that illegal alien participates in something that causes the death of an American citizen, that young person who you have motivated to break the law, if found guilty, could spend their entire life in prison. That is what the penal code for those federal crimes permit. And for you, Gabe, from the guys here, to announce a phone number for people to call to get themselves, and look at you shaking your head vigorously for people to break the law, the federal law. I reclaim my time. I reclaim my time as I've had to do in the past. And I will ask, there were prayers earlier. Well, I pray for the restoration of common sense. I pray for the restoration of law and order for this nation. And with that, I would invite everybody to join me in Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who would trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from the evil. For
please let her finish.
I reclaim my time.
Hey, guys.
I reclaim my time.
Ms. Beaver. Let her finish, guys, please. Let her finish. Go ahead.
For thine is the power, the kingdom, and the glory forever. And with that, I would invite you to obey the law and not put yourselves and this population at risk, and encourage the young people to do something that they may pay for the rest of their lives in prison. That is unconscionable. Shame on you. Thank you.
No.
Come on, guys. It's all right. Let's remember the warning. Let's refrain from booing, clapping. We may not like some of the comments, or we may like some of the comments, but let's just be respectful of everyone who's up here speaking. We'll go to Alex Montanona next, and Alex, you're going to be followed by Melissa Munoz. Go ahead, Alex.
Thank you, council members. My name is Alex Mantanona, and I'm an Oxnard resident who grew up here, went off to get an education, get my PhD in chemistry, and came back to bring that knowledge to fight for this community. So today I'm going to talk about environmental topics, but I just want to say we're going through multiple crises. And the same dark money that fuels this administration's campaign of terror against our neighbors is pushing also to gut environmental regulations and destroy our world and planet. As a member of the Ventura County Climate Alliance, we stand in solidarity with those pushing back against ICE, as the fight for a safe home planet is intricately intertwined with the fight for human rights. And without winning both these battles, the futures of generations to come, our home city and the freedoms we cherish is imperiled. There are many things that will require our attention in the years to come, but today we're going to ask you as well to support a resolution that will be
What is that?
put.
Hold on one second.
today.
Hold on one second, Alex. I didn't see what. Okay. All right. I'm sorry, Alex. Hold on, guys. Alex, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you. So we're asking you to support the Make Polluters Pay bill that's currently under consideration in the California legislature. So the bill shifts the cost of dealing with the climate crisis back onto those that have made trillions of dollars of profit, all while passing the cost of pollution back onto taxpayers. Oil companies have spent the past several decades spreading misinformation, gutting pushes for renewable energy and public transportation, buying off politicians and scientists, all so they can continue to make money by the truckload. Meanwhile, it's us as the public that has to front the money in the form of rising insurance prices, tax money to FEMA and disaster recovery efforts, and healthcare bills as respiratory illnesses rise in the area as toxins are released in wildfires. So this bill offers an alternative to massive companies getting away with putting all externalized costs back onto the public. It does this by charging polluting companies for past emissions with measures in place to prevent price gouging through enforcement of current law and not assessing those fees as an operational cost. The money collected will then be used as an investment for California, with 40% guaranteed to go to historically disadvantaged communities, especially when we're going to be dealing with budget crisis here in Oxnard. This will free up local city and county funding to help deal with other crises by investing in jobs for renewable energy, providing funding for disaster recovery and mitigation, and will make us more resilient for the next wildfire or flood coming our way. And from personal experience, I know firsthand just how bad these wildfires can be. I spent the last 5.5 months working on the Palisades fire cleanup, and walking through the ash and debris is a traumatic experience. It's seeing people's lives destroyed. And that is our neighbors. That happened in Ventura. That's going to happen again and again. It happened in Camarillo. It's something that we're going to have to deal with. Now, you all saw when the sky went orange, when the air filling our lungs burned to breathe. We need every tool in the book to take this fight, and your support will go a long way in getting this bill passed and over the finish line. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Alex. We'll go to Melissa Munoz, and then Melissa, you'll be followed by Eric.
Good evening, Mayor MacArthur and City Council members. My name is Melissa Munoz, and I'm here with Climate First Replacing Oil and Gas, or CFROG. I'm also a current student at Oxnard College, where I am studying sociology and an aspiring environmental protection litigator. My comment today is to urge the City Council to agendize and pass a city resolution in support of the Polluter Pays Climate Superfund Act of 2025. Ventura County is the fastest growing county in the U.S. due to pollution and the excessively dangerous operations of oil and gas production. We are also the third largest oil and gas producer in the state, already costing us enough in our health, safety, and financial security. The California Polluter Pays Climate Superfund Act is a legally and economically sound bill that would hold the largest fossil fuel companies accountable for the climate damages they've caused, providing much relief to the coastal and frontline communities most impacted by climate-related disasters, creating more green and sustainable jobs, and overall safer communities. Oxnard residents, along with the rest of Ventura County, are already seeing rising sea levels in our frontline coastal communities, extreme temperatures, unstable weather patterns, and fire disasters. It is important to note that Oxnard is home to 9 designated disadvantaged communities, according to SB 535, meaning that the city of Oxnard would have significantly increased odds of receiving funding from the Superfund when compared to non-disadvantaged communities. The money coming in from this fund would create a larger budget for Oxnard to tackle on other issues, not putting the financial strain on us taxpayers, and creating much needed financial flexibility to address other issues, such as aiding our immigrant communities during this time, while not having to pick and choose which issue matters most when they all intersect and matter. To put it more clearly, the money the city would otherwise be spending on managing wildfire damage or sea level rise can instead be used for other urgent and necessary programs such as an immigrant legal fund, disaster response and recovery, first responder and community preparedness, resilient schools, sustainable infrastructures, building electrification, climate mitigation and adaptation, and so much more. With that, I urge the City of Oxnard to agendize and consider a resolution supporting the passage of the California Polluter Pays Climate Fund Superfund Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. We'll go to Eric, you're next, and then Eric, you'll be followed by Claudia. Yeah.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor MacArthur and honorable council members. My name is Eric Bershinger, and I'm here today as a youth advocate with CFROG. I'm a product of OUHSD and Oxnard College and a recent graduate of UCSB's Environmental Studies program. Before my comment, I just want to say I stand in solidarity with our immigrant communities in Ventura County, and I support those here tonight demanding action. My main comment concerns the Polluter Pays Climate Superfund Act, where I am encouraging the council to craft, agendize, and adopt a resolution supporting this bill. 7 months ago, the neighboring city of Camarillo was ravaged by the mountain fire, only to be soon overshadowed by the Eaton and Palisades fires. These fires carried a combined price tag of over $200 billion. I don't believe this cost should be put fully on us taxpayers. The fossil fuel industry is largely responsible for fueling the climate crisis that drives these disasters. It's only fair that they pay part of the cost of recovery, which is exactly what this bill does. It's not often a bill comes around that is as exciting as this one. This bill has inspired people across the state, young and old, to speak up and demand that big oil finally pay their fair share. However, to counter this progress, fossil fuel giants have poured $10 million into a misinformation campaign and stalled the bills in committees. That's why resolutions like this one are so vital right now. Oxnard has a chance to uplift the voices of those hurt most by climate disasters and encourage the state legislature to pass this bill, which 70% of Californians support, by the way. Many cities across the state have passed resolutions or letters of support, including LA, San Francisco, San Diego, and recently Port Hueneme. Although the bill won't see a vote until January, resolutions like this are needed now to get the bill to that point. The bill's authors are committed to keeping the bill's language and core tenets intact between now and January, and Oxnard can help that happen by passing this resolution now. Please consider agendizing a resolution to support the Polluter Pays Climate Superfund Act. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. Claudia? Thanks, Claudia. And then Claudia is going to be followed by Heather.
Good evening, members of the City Council and local Oxnard residents and people who work here. My name is Claudia, and I've been working for a local nonprofit here in Oxnard, supporting families across Oxnard and Ventura since 2022. In addition to my professional work, I volunteer with the 805 Rapid Response Team. I dedicate my free time to patrolling the streets in Camarillo, as well as assisting the Oxnard College Swap Meet on Sundays, offering resources on how to report ICE activity, receive alerts, and get involved in the community supportive efforts. Just as the previous volunteer mentioned, we hear a lot of stories from the community members that are powerful and heartbreaking. What they all share is a deep loss of trust in the systems that are meant to protect them. One vendor returning for the first time in weeks told me her family relies on the swap meet as a second source of income, but ICE activity has made her too afraid to return. Another vendor questioned whether community reporting even makes a difference. And I want to be clear that our presence and actions do make a difference. No, we can't physically stop someone from being detained, but when we're there to observe, document, and share resources with impacted families, we bring accountability to a system that otherwise operates in the shadows. We've seen people get grabbed, pepper sprayed, we've seen shattered car windows, we've seen how quickly these events are swept under the rug without witnesses if we're not there. On July 10th, our community was shaken by the ICE raids at Glass House Farms, and the impact continues to ripple out, not just for those directly affected, but for the broader community. Workers, even documented ones, are now afraid to show up to work, as we even saw a U.S. veteran that was detained. This is a humanitarian crisis, and it demands a humanitarian response. We're here tonight asking the city to be transparent about how you're supporting residents during the moments of fear and uncertainty. And we're asking you to lead locally by allocating city funds to help those impacted. We're specifically asking for $1 million, and I don't think this is a crazy ask. This is to help families with rental assistance, food, mental health services, and legal support. The police can get increases each year. I think you guys can find it in your budget to help out these families that serve and provide for you guys. To the residents that are affected, you guys matter, and you deserve to be seen and supported by your city leaders. Thank you.
Thank you. Heather? And then Heather, you'll be followed by Noemi.
Good afternoon, council members of the city of Oxnard and friends of the city of Camarillo. Let me start with saying two important dates here at our county. June 10th, 2025, and July 10th, 2025. 2 days of major immigration and customs enforcement activity that impacted our communities, our families, our friends, our neighbors. July 10th is a day that will be marked forever in the history of Ventura County and in the agricultural industry in California. Civil rights were egregiously violated, and fathers, sons, daughters, mothers were forcibly detained without due process. As the daughter of a single mother who grew up cleaning houses, scrubbing toilets, living paycheck to paycheck, I don't know what I would do if my sole provider was taken away. Who would I ask for? Who could help me when all these attorneys ask for exuberant prices to help a needed child? If I was a minor, how could I afford to survive? Where, as a minor, would I find assistance from a non or English speaking person and find an attorney that doesn't roll their eyes when I don't understand the process? Intelligence does not equal compassion. The council members here are intelligent people. Please show compassion. There are many children and families in this predicament. It is expected that few to none of the private immigration attorneys are doing anything for free. They are stretched thin and buried in casework. My concern is that their impacted caseloads is in preventing some of them from providing zealous advocacy for the more vulnerable of our community, the rural poor, the people who really don't have anything. My prayer for relief and what I ask of the councils here at Oxnard is to allocate $1 million towards a few places, to legal aid, to provide trusted nonprofits with the ability to train and hire Department of Justice accredited representatives to help the private attorneys with their impacted caseloads, to provide mental health resources for these impacted families, and to provide stipends for rent and groceries for essential workers. Let us not forget that immigrants are not just Mexican. There's white immigrants, there's Asian immigrants, it's all around the world. And we are being targeted. It's specifically the indigenous and the most hard-working people here in our community. Para mi comunidad hispanohablante, tengan mucho ojo con la gente disfrazada de oveja, que en realidad son lobos, tomando ventaja de su buena voluntad, de su buena corazón y falta de conocimiento de las leyes. Hay gente ganando mucho dinero, aprovechándose de esta desfortuna de nosotros. Manténganse informados. Uno mismo
Heather.
puede representarse. Edúquense
Heather.
de sus derechos.
Thank you, Heather. Noemi? And Noemi, you'll be followed by Jorge.
We call on the city of Oxnard to allocate emergency funds for at least $1 million to support housing, food assistance, and legal services for families impacted by ICE enforcement. We also request city resources and infrastructure to trusted community-based organizations responding to this crisis, including access to public spaces for legal clinics, organizing meetings, and resource distribution. I know some of you in front of me have been out there in your personal time, but we elected you for a reason. Do more than, I'm not sitting up there, so I don't have the power that you do, so use it. This is the time. Infrastructure. We need infrastructure to trusted community based organizations responding to this crisis, including access to public spaces for legal clinics, organizing meetings, and resource distribution. We're organizing even our LA friends to bring us food, but we need fridges. We need things to keep the milk cold. We need things to keep the baby formulas safe. We need
things that a lot of people wouldn't even think about or consider, but that people are going without. We publicly condemn the raids and affirm Oxnard's commitment to safety, dignity, and develop a long-term protection and recovery plan, and to join ACLU's lawsuit. And I want to use this last minute to say that, like Jaime Alanis, the man who was killed by the Trump-era migra, I too was born in Michoacan, Mexico, and migrated to unceded Chumash lands, known now by many as Oxnard, California. I'm not an illegal alien. Jaime Alanis was not an illegal alien, and he did not deserve to die under the violent attack that occurred in Camarillo on July 10th. We migrated as the monarch butterflies migrate, and how all beings have migrated for millennia. ICE brought a violent and inhumane attack in our communities, dressed in non-medical face masks, throwing different forms of tear gas, sending many of our community to hospitals, and leaving many youth wondering if their parents were in the hospital, in the naval base that was used as a staging area, the Camarillo Detention Center, the LA Detention Center. There are still people that need our services, so do
Norman.
something, do more.
Thank you, Norman.
We're
Sorry,
out
we're
of time.
Yeah.
We're out of time.
Thank you, Norman.
Jaime Alanis
Okay,
presente.
Norman, okay, Jorge, you're up next.
Mayor, if there's anybody online as well, maybe we can
I don't think we
intersperse
have,
them.
I don't think we have anybody online, do we?
We have one virtual.
Okay.
Would you
We'll-
like to take
We'll go to
that?
Jorge, and then we'll go to the person online.
Good evening, council members and Mayor MacArthur. I'm here, well, my name is Jorge Toledano. I'm the manager of the community of MyCop, and I'm also a member of the 805 Immigrant Coalition. I didn't think to do an honest job would be a crime. I didn't think that trying to make of this town, of this county, of this state, of this country, something great would be a crime. I've been here in Oxnard for a long time. I've contributed, worked, regardless of the weather, in the fields, day to day. And I don't see there white people working. This county, this town, has been built by immigrants. They call us wetbacks when we cross a river. So what should we call them who cross the sea? I'm here to request to assign $1 million to help with housing, food, and legal services for those families that have been impacted by ICE. I also ask you to provide the resources, like city recourses, to nonprofit organizations to support them with their cases. It's really painful to see my community suffering there in the offices and not being able to do anything for them with money. We are also asking from the city of Oxnard to make public what ICE is doing in this city. July 10th, I saw Mr. MacArthur there with us, and he got to feel the tear gas. So, I mean, that's what happened within our community. We're not going to be lying about that. Also, We want you to join the ACLU lawsuit against the illegal actions of the immigration federal officers and to support other cities asking for support to protect those people's rights. So Oxnard was built by immigrant families, by farm labor, by essential workers and young people that have given their lives every day to this city. Now is the time to show some leadership based on, and to show some courage and justice. Do you realize that the community is in a lot of fear? And farm labor is also being impacted by all this laws and ICE. Thank you for your time. Thank you. We'll
Thank you,
see
Jorge.
you next time.
Thank you. We'll go to the virtual caller.
Caller ending in 4018, you have 3 minutes starting now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Oh, great. Good evening, everyone. My name is Doug Portello. I'm a 38-year resident of Oxnard, and I would like to speak about the recent ICE raids and everything as well. Oxnard is a city and a community that we've been very blessed. I think by and large, we get along very well with each other. We have a broad spectrum of heritages and races in our community, and we get along great together. And I'm very proud to be a member of this community. And I would like to share, because one council member expressed some frustration that as a legislative body, there's actually very little that our legislative body locally can do. And I know a lot of people are frustrated and looking to our city council and our leadership team to do things. I think there are some things that some have already suggested that we can do. We can look to some local nonprofits. We can look to the churches. We can look to each other. There is a great organization locally here, and it's called Friends of Field Workers. You can find that, just Google it, Friends of Field Workers. And they have a great website. They're doing a lot of great work in the community and supporting field workers. And they're the ones that are helping put food on our tables. I know from an interview I did when I wrote an article that at the Employment Development Agency here in Oxnard, I spoke with a director. And I spoke about field workers and about undocumented workers. And she said that she would love to have folks come and apply for jobs. There's plenty of jobs to go work in the fields, but she wasn't getting anybody that was documented. So she had to give those jobs and offer those jobs to undocumented persons. And they work extremely hard. I know they make about $17.50 an hour. And here in Oxnard, it's almost impossible to live on that. But they work hard. They bend over all day. It's back-breaking work. I spent a half day, and I wanted to have a whole bottle of ibuprofen when I got home. And it's tough, hard work. And we really should honor our field workers, whether they're documented, which most of them are undocumented, and know that these are people that are a fabric of our community. And we should honor and respect the contributions they bring to our community and just do acts of kindness and just, do what our faith and our principles guide us to do. And that's just to be kind to our neighbors, to be good to our neighbors, whether they're documented or undocumented. They're still part of our community. They're still our neighbors. They provide a lot that we all share the benefits of their labors. So I just wanted to share that. Again, that organization is Friends of Field Workers.
Thank you, Ms. Portello. I just wasn't sure if you heard the buzzard. We'll go to Juan Carlos Diaz next. Here's this one. And Juan Carlos, you'll be followed by Alondra Mendoza.
Hello, my name is Juan Carlos Diaz, community advocate in representation of my indigenous and Latinx community and as members of the 805 Coalition, Immigrant Coalition. I'm here today to respectfully ask the city of Oxnard to hear us, but more than that, to do something. The people are calling, the people are demanding answers. Just before the raid that occurred on July 10, 2025 at Glass House, I went to give my public comment to the Camarillo Council members, where the sheriff was also present, where we asked for the ICE out of Camarillo. The next morning, we received calls from our community concerned because they were hearing rumors that ICE were near their workplace. That morning, Michael's staff went to confirm if ICE was there. We found that they were there and they were violent. We were there peacefully protesting, but they were attacking us with pepper spray as we called for justice for our community. That day, I received several calls from my indigenous community asking about their families who have gone to work, some that were mothers, wives, husbands, and grandparents. Sadly, the majority of the families who were detained were the breadwinners of their homes, and right now, the families left behind feel unsafe and need support. But more than anything, protection from this injustice that occur daily with ICE kidnapping our families. We call for the city of Oxnard to allocate emergency funds for at least $1 million to support housing, food assistance, and legal services for families impacted by ICE enforcement. Provide city resource and infrastructure to trusted community-based organizations responding to this crisis, including access to public spaces for legal clinics, organizing meetings and resource distributions. Public condemn the raids and affirm Oxnard's commitment to the safety, dignity, and inclusion of all residents, regardless of the immigration status. Develop a long-term protection and recovery plan that includes family reunification support, mental health resources, and citywide Know Your Rights education campaigns. Join the ACLU's lawsuit against the unlawful action of federal immigration agents and stand with other Californian cities demanding accountability and justice. My parents and farm workers are working here decently and contributing to the economy. We are not criminals nor aliens. We are human beings and hardworking people. Thank you.
Thank you, Juan Carlos. We'll go to Alondra Mendoza, and then Alondra, you'll be followed by Vanessa Turan.
Mayor and City Council members, my name is Alondra Mendoza, a community advocate with the Mixteco Indígena Community Organizing Project, a member of the 805 Immigrant Coalition, and a member of the New Sabi Indigenous community. Given the attacks of our immigrant community is experiencing, we urge the city of Oxnard to join the ACLU's lawsuit against the unlawful actions of federal immigration agents and stand with other California cities. Farm workers across the Central Coast are being targeted as harsh immigration policies tear families apart. Recently, I spoke with parents who have children with autism. We serve parents who have children with epilepsy and other disabilities, They are deeply concerned not only about being separated from their children, but also about their children's health and safety. They know it's not safe for them to bring their children with them, as they wouldn't have the same access to the same essential health services. On July 10th, I kept getting calls from community members every other second, asking for help to locate their loved ones. The trauma from these actions is deep and lasting. Families also face huge challenges trying to understand what happens when someone is detained. Language barriers and confusing system make it hard to get information or any help. Farm workers feed our communities and the nation every day. Their safety and well-being should matter to all of us. We ask you to allocate emergency funds of at least $1 million to immigrant legal defense, supporting housing, food assistance for families who are impacted by ICE enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you, Alondra. We'll go to Vanessa Turan. And Vanessa, you'll be followed by Primitiva Hernandez.
Good evening. My name is Vanessa Teran, and I'm here today on behalf of the Mixteco Indígena Community Organizing Project as their Director of Policy. For those of you who might not be familiar with our work, our organization advocates for rights and dignity of Indigenous migrant communities through direct support, education, community organizing, and policy change in California's Central Coast. We are here today to urge this city to take action to protect the very community that is the social fabric of our neighborhoods, our economy, and our shared future. We also stand in solidarity with the community members who were recently detained by ICE in Glass House, both in the city of Camarillo and Carpinteria, a violent operation marked by what we believe to be grave human rights violations. The Indigenous and migrant communities have long endured the psychological trauma inflicted by a broken immigration system, but this recent event escalated that trauma into outright state-sanctioned violence, as we have reports from those who were detained and then released that they were beaten. We have one report of a pregnant woman who was physically hit, who's currently 2 months pregnant and fears losing her child from the degree of inhumane conditions at the detention center. One of the most heartbreaking consequences, a 10-month-old separated from their mother, a single parent who's desperately pleading to be reunited with her child, yet no public agency responsible for child welfare or public safety has stepped in to support the reunification of this family. We also know of a young student who arrived in the US as a child and was detained prior to July 10th and now faces deportation to a country she has no family, and she doesn't even know the name of her parents' hometown. Like many youth in our community, she also spends her summers working to help her family cover rent, food, and school expenses. The Indigenous farmer community right now is living in fear. Some are too afraid to go to work. Others go not knowing if they'll return home to see their children again. No one should live like this, not in our city, not anywhere. That's why we call on you, City of Oxnard, to stand on the right side of history. We call on you to agendize a special meeting on immigration and request you hear from all pro-immigrant communities and to commit to funding $1 million needed to embrace our community during this immigration crisis and to address the harm and suffering sustained from these traumatic, racist detention of their family and community. We ask that you do what is just, what is humane, and what is right. This is not just a policy decision. As we saw on July 10th at Glass House, it is a matter of life and death.
Thanks, Vanessa. We'll go to Primitiva. And Primitiva, you'll be followed by Paul Johnson.
Good evening, Council and Mayor MacArthur. My name is Primitiva Hernandez, and I'm the Executive Director of 805 on DocuFund. We lead the 805 Immigrant Coalition along with Mico and Buen Vecino. And first of all, I want to commend you for being the first city in our region, in the Central Coast, in promoting our rapid response network. I know that Councilmember Michaela Perez had a great hand in that, and anybody else who supported that, I want to thank you because I used the City of Oxnard example in many other cities that I spoke with about the importance of promoting a rapid response network, not as a way of interfering, but really what we're doing is upholding the Constitution that many of you hold so dear and near to your heart. That is what we're doing. So if you're condemning any of that, you are condemning us upholding the Constitution of the United States. Secondly, I also want to provide an opportunity for City of Oxnard to be the leading city in Ventura County. Right now, we've had multiple meetings from different jurisdictions, Camarillo, Simi Valley, Moore Park, and we haven't seen any concrete support towards the immigrant community. You are in a unique place to be leaders, to be courageous, and do the right thing by your community. City of Oxnard is the city that has been impacted the most. Most of the people that worked at the Glass House Farm are City of Oxnard residents. This is why you are seeing this level of a turnout here, because many of these community members have taken on the task of delivering food and meals to their friends and neighbors. And we have the community support. If you just work with us and offer the support that we need, public spaces to hold our pantry distributions, people are afraid to come out, but we have a system to deliver meals to them. We are asking for $1 million, which it is not a nickel or a penny. We know it's a lot of money, but that is the level of support that we need. $1 million is a lot of money, but that is what we need right now. We have a list of about 500 families that are waiting for financial support. You have the opportunity to be a leader and join the ACLU lawsuit. Be the first city in Ventura County to do that, and work with your immigrant communities to provide the support that they need right now. So please agendize this item, engage in conversations with us so we can work together and provide the protections that this community needs. Thank you.
Thanks, Primitiva. Thank you. We'll go to Paul Johnson. Paul, you'll be followed by Kitty Merrill.
Good evening. Couple things. First of all, a lot of people have this idea that this global warming crisis that we're all going to die. In the 70s, it was global cooling. Then it became global warming. So fossil fuel, carbon dioxide, we're all going to die. Look, that's a bunch of bunk. And the CO2 is food for plants. The higher the CO2 level, the less water the plant needs. Actually, deserts are greening around the world because the CO2 is going up. And to spend money that we don't have on stuff we don't need is just foolish. So that's my 2 cents on it. The planet always has climate changes. The Sahara Desert used to be a green grassland 5,000 years ago. There's always been fires in California, but there's never been people to watch it, and there's never been people to start fires. Half the fires are just arson and bad land management and stupid city governments letting their reservoir to run the fire hydrants to be dry. Now, Paul Johnson, I live in Moore Park. I consider Oxnard part of my neighborhood, and I'm actually here to complain about the sanctuary city concept. You know, the Biden administration, for some reason or other, let in like 20 million people, 10 or 20 million people. And that's illegal. They told us the border is secure. It was a lie. And apparently, NGOs and the UN have been spending our tax dollars to migrate people in. Now, that's a problem in itself. Spending money we don't have on stuff we don't need. Now, illegal immigrants are illegal. And I think all the Biden 10 million should be deported, personally. Sanctuary city is pandering to crime. You're illegal here, you entered illegally, that's a crime. The people that brought you here committing crimes, the people that hire you. Is it illegal to hire somebody that's not legally allowed to work here? So you're pandering to crime. So should that be public policy, pandering to crime? I wonder. Was there a vote of the people to let in all those illegals during the Biden administration? Is there a vote of the people to finance their living expenses? They want $1 million. That's just a down payment. So the people that think it's good, you open your wallet and pay. I don't think the city of Oxnard should be paying the bill. Or have a public referendum and see if the people of Oxnard want to be a sanctuary city, not just pressure by politically correct to make it a sanctuary city. And vote of the people of Oxnard to spend millions of dollars to finance people that are not legally supposed to be here. Illegal aliens drive up the rents, cause too much crime, and I think we should not be pandering to criminal activity. Aiding and abetting crime is a crime.
Okay. Hey, guys, come on. Hey, guys, remember, listen, they weren't booing us when we were talking, so let's just be respectful. Let's give somebody an opportunity to speak. Go ahead, Kitty.
Hard act to follow. I've been an Oxnard resident since 1985. I've seen a lot of things come and go. I'm a Unitarian Universalist. I've got my Side with Love shirt on. That's really what I think the city ought to be doing. Remember back a few years when we were the city that cares? We need to be the city that cares, even if the slogan is modernized. We need to show ourselves with strength in these times. These times demand action, and Oxnard has not stepped forward. We need to show caring of our residents. We need to show care for our community and not be complicit in the brutality that has been coming down through ICE and other federal endeavors. It's time for the city to let the rest of the world know what we stand for. The Glass House is being marked as the epicenter of the worst of the immigration raids. The city has a chance to stand up, show that we can care for one another, that we believe in the Constitution, that we believe in equal rights and due process, and step up and show we care. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kitty. We'll go to Lori Mills, please. And this is Lori. And then Lori, you'll be followed by Christian Mills.
I have a packet for each of you.
Sure, if you could just give it to the city clerk, please.
I just want to thank you for this time, and I want to let everybody in this room know nobody dislikes migrants. We all love migrants, but the Glass House Farm raid, for instance, there was a warrant for drug trafficking across state lines. That's why it was raided. And with that, 14 trafficked children were found, along with a child molester who had been deported twice. If you want to hold up their mugshots, please feel free. This is the problem, you know, they're not talking. My biggest concern, and I've been working on it for 4 years, are trafficked children, okay? My journey started with Oscar Blue Ramirez, who lives below the border in Tijuana, who's traveled the Darien Gap 4 times. These people want to talk about climate change. That once pristine jungle is now littered with dead migrant bodies, and the animals can't even drink in the rivers anymore. Illegal immigration is not compassionate, and shame on the farmers here who never got work visas for their employees. That's a problem. You know, they can sit here and call me names all they want. I've also been working with DHS whistleblower Aaron Stevenson, who discovered 350,000 children went missing from the Pomona Fairplex. I've also been working with Tara Lee Rodas, HHS whistleblower, who also was working at the Pomona Fairplex. 350,000 children are missing, and 14 were found in Camarillo. We also had a little boy, 13 years old, his dead rape body found in Oxnard. So what we're asking for is proper vetting. We want to find these kids. As far as ICE, number one, if they got a complaint, they should be at the state legislature. SB 54 does not allow local law enforcement to work with ICE. If they were allowed to, ICE would be in the jails, not in the community. So if they got a beef, they should be talking to them. Now, thirdly, in that packet, you'll see in the last page, journalist Jeff Rainforth, who spent 2 years at the border, and there is the warrant for the Glass House Farms in there. He found passports down there from Afghanistan, from Mauritania. That guy was on the terrorist watch list. An Iranian terrorist cell was just busted in LA. The bottom line, we had 4 years of an unvetted open border, and it has consequences. And if these people who said once that the border was secure would have stood up and said, you know what, we do need a process at the border, then guess what? We wouldn't be in this mess. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lori. Thank you, Lori. Thank you, Lori. We're out of time.
Okay, I'm going to send you all a documentary I've done on the subject with fact witnesses.
We'll take question next. Hey, listen. I'm going to give one warning. If somebody bursts out cursing, saying things that are inappropriate here, I'm going to ask one of the police officers to just escort you out. We have to be respectful. This is our democracy. This is our democracy. We have to give people a right to speak, just like we're all speaking, different points of view, but this is our democracy. So let's respect it.
Thank you for taking that stand, Mayor.
We'll go to Christian Mills.
Mayor, next time this outburst happens, I recommend that we adjourn for 10 minutes, get people to calm down, come back into the room at that point.
Listen, I don't want to take a recess. I don't want to clear the hall. I don't want to clear this room like Simi Valley did. Let's just be respectful. Let people speak their mind. This is our democracy, right? This is where we live. This is what we want. So we want robust communication, robust discussion. Go ahead, Christian.
All right. Good evening, City Council members. I was actually born here in the city of Oxnard. I consider it a second home. I really do find an issue here because I keep on hearing about the Glass House raid. The Glass House raid on July 10th. Again, at the end of the day, there was a signed warrant, which means that the FBI and other people that were looking at these information, they brought their information to a federal judge who had to review all that information, and they had to take that information and say yes. They, again, found several migrant children that were being trafficked. And not only with that, they're being used as slave labor, being paid minimum wages, not even minimum wage, they're getting paid slave wages as kids to work in these farms. Like, I'm sorry, but if you look at some of these information and some of these actual aspects of this, if we want to put it forward, I believe that specifically Oxnard and some of these surrounding cities, they should be going after these lead farmers, the farmers that are not getting these people their visas and calling ICE over their heads. I'm sorry, like just completely saying, oh, we don't want to do this or we're going to put up $1 million versus actually going after the people, which are the epidemic of not helping these people out. Like if you want to get to the end of the issue, get these people, send them to jail. Send them to state prison, send them to federal prison. It's just something that I believe is a very key issue here, and it's an epidemic encouraging human suffering through slavery. Now again, with those kids as well, we know that there was at least one child molester. These people are being sent to be basically child trafficked into sex slavery, into the actual labor trade. Now, me personally, I find that reprehensible. I find that awful. And I think that every single one of these migrants, especially the kids, they need to be reunited with their families that they were taking from. They need to make sure that they are actually in a safe and compatible area. We see a lot of these children, they were put onto retaining holds. They got issued out to certain people. A lot of these people, they've had several houses. They're taking in several kids and trafficking them under the Biden administration, and they never knew where they were going. Just to conclude here, I would just like to say, when it comes to illegal immigration, sure, if you want to say you've been here for 20 years, you've been here for 20 years, I can see a little bit more of a compassionate issue. But if you came in within the last 4 years, especially considering that they decided to use the CBP-1 app to now basically ship people anywhere across the country to artificially pump their numbers down, I would just like to say there's a new app called CBP Home, which will allow you to officially book a flight on your time and schedule your departure so that you don't get 0 fines, and it allows you the opportunity to come back into our great country. And if you do not, and ICE has to come and deport you, you will never be allowed inside the United States ever again. Thank you.
We'll go to James Merrill, followed by Rebecca Martin.
Well, this is a blast from the past. It's been a quarter century since I've stood at this lectern. Back when I was a neighborhood council chair and a leader in the Inter-Neighborhood Council Forum. I have not been called to come and speak here since that time, but I am here now. I left the my neighborhood council chair position to serve in a different elected position, and I am not here representing the elected position that I hold. I will point out that well before the Glass House raid, there was a raid in a field adjacent to one of the schools for which I am responsible for protecting. That raid in an unsecured property with no gates, no way of enforcing whether there was a warrant or not, traumatized children, parents, and employees, and I woke up that morning to learn about that. I woke up when I was out of state to learn about the Glass House raids, and it was really, really a weird disconnect to be so far from home when 4 miles from my house, people were being brutalized and treated not only cruelly, but many illegal actions were taken in the name of my federal government. That was very uncomfortable. I would urge the city council to follow every possible action they can to support humane, supportive, reasonable ways, legal ways of supporting my neighbors. One of my very closest neighbors had been a foreman at the Howlings tomato plant before it turned into a cannabis facility. And that really brought home to me how this is just affecting every single person I live with. These are all our neighbors. It's not a question of whether they're immigrants or not. And I don't know where people want to talk about President Biden when they were talking about what we're doing to our neighbors. So thank you, please, for supporting the people we live with.
Thanks, James. We'll go to Rebecca Martin. And Rebecca, you'll be followed by Delfino Rojas.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Rebecca Martin, and I'm here tonight to urge you to adopt a dangerous dog ordinance in the city of Oxnard. Why, you ask? Look at the picture that's being handed to you. That is me and my 17-year-old dog 8 years ago when I first brought her home from the shelter. Sunday, July 20th, my dog was viciously attacked by an off-leash pit bull who brutally shook and threw her around. My dog died. My dog is gone, and this other dog gets to run free. This other dog has attacked 3 other dogs, and nothing has been done. Something needs to be done to make reporting easier to animal safety. Something needs to be done to where negligent owners are being held responsible for the actions of their dogs. This dog has also nipped at the toes of a baby in a front-holding backpack. This should not be allowed to happen to anybody. Cammie, that's her name, Cammie, was my baby. I cannot have children. My animals are my babies. My baby was taken away from me. I don't want it to happen to anybody else. What if it was your dog? What if it was your child? Something needs to be done. Don't let another Cammie happen. Thank you.
Mayor, may I speak? Ma'am,
Mr. Pearl.
can you please share your information with somebody from our city staff, with a police officer, Assistant City Manager, get us an address so we can take care of this. Can you please give your information?
I've already spoken to animal control.
Can you
and
please
they've
do it
confirmed-
again
yes.
so that we know that you've done it, the council will know that you've done it? Thank you very much.
I've actually been in
Thank you.
contact with staff about this very issue, this very incident, and I know they're working with her as best they can.
Thank you, Rebecca. We'll go to Nicholas.
Good evening, Honorable City Mayor and City Council members. My name is Delfino Lopez Rojas, and I have been a very long and happy resident of the city of Oxnard. The reason I'm here today at this meeting is to talk about an issue that is affecting our city in more ways than it appears on the surface. The issue is the raids, detention, and disappearance of immigrants and U.S. citizens at the hands of the Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, agents, and the consequences that this is having in our city. As all of you know, you're aware that this affects not only the person that is being detained, but it affects their families. In some cases, those families have American citizens and affects the business community as well. We know personally of some businesses that have closed they're not doing any more business, or they're losing up to 20% of their income due to fear. And that's the main cause. There's a fear in the community about whether they're going to be detained or their family is going to be detained just because they look like they may be undocumented persons. On July 25, 2017, the City Council declared Oxnard a safe city. And the intent of that declaration was to support the population of immigrants that are within the city. And so, with all due respect, I feel that this is the time that the leadership of the city to do just that, support the immigrant population that you were set out to do. And by doing a couple of things at least. First of all, take a strong stand against the tactics that are being used by the current administration to enforce immigration. Those tactics are intimidation. Really big people with a lot of with weapons, with their face covered. That's it. This is my time.
Thank you, Delfino.
You're
out of
welcome.
time. Thank you, sir. We'll go to a virtual speaker ending in 7620.
Caller ending in 7620, you have 3 minutes starting now.
Hello, Mayor, Council, Councilwoman, and residents. I work for the Environmental Resource Department, better known as the Trash Department. I've been working there for 8 years, and I've lived my whole life in Oxnard. I'm proud of my job and the role that I play in the community. But what I'm not proud of is how you guys out there are negotiating with you, are really negotiating with our lives, our families, and their well-being. Most of you cannot call Oxnard your home because you live elsewhere. You make enough money to live out of Oxnard, which many of us cannot do with our current government wages. I do not have kids, and I'm fortunate to be barely getting by, but many people have kids who struggle as city employees. People comment well, you should have gone to school, better yourself. Well, guess what I did? I went to Cal State University, and I still cannot afford to buy a home in our hometown of Oxnard. Because of you, and please don't confuse this frustration with anger. It's merely passion, devotion, and love for the city. And Mayor, with all respect, would you like to be on the wall in the hall and be remembered as a man who stood for his residents, his coworkers, or the man who lacked to fulfill his role as a leader through his term as mayor of Oxnard? We understand we all have personal lives, but instead of playing soccer, hanging out with local rappers, looking good for the gram, some of our families are being detained. So consider what you would like your legacy to be. And council members, please do not be scared of this man, Aaron Starr. He has no place in our community of Oxnard. So please be there for the people. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Nicholas. And sir, you're going to be followed by Alexis Schmidt.
City Council, thank you for your attention. I'm Nicholas Bednarski, a native Californian, son of an immigrant. Many here demand that you repeal or repeat current state law and go far beyond that. Current state law already prevents local law enforcement, except in special circumstances, from aiding federal authorities in enforcing immigration law. Beyond that, you're being asked to aid in actual obstruction of these efforts, even when involving apprehension of accused or charged criminals beyond their immigration status. You're being asked to overlook not only obstruction of federal enforcement, but also aiding and abetting the escape of these individuals, leaving them free to commit further crimes in their community. Finally, they insist you overlook and ignore their often violent opposition to federal law enforcement, sometimes involving direct attacks on law enforcement with rocks, bottles, and even gunfire, basically bordering on and including attempted murder of law enforcement officers. They defend these intentions and actions by claiming that immigration officials, federal law enforcement, kidnap random persons off the street based on color, race, place of work, etc., without specific warrants. They claim these kidnappers often work without marked uniforms in unmarked vehicles. Where are the police or sheriff reports filed regarding these undocumented incidents? This is a crime report from when I was assaulted by one of these people 10 days ago. What you're being demanded to do is to nullify federal law. That will come with financial penalties to the city and perhaps other legal penalties. Please consider the long view and all foreseeable consequences of your actions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nicholas. We'll go to Alexis Schmidt. Alexis, you'll be followed by Mr. David Goodman.
Hello, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem and Council and public. I'm about to completely change what everyone has been saying right now because I'm here in the capacity of my role as the Vice Chair of the East Village Neighborhood Council. Next week, we will be having National Night Out. We'll be welcoming a few food trucks, including tacos and funnel cakes. We'll have booze from Oxnard's Water Department and Environmental Resources 311, the Fire Department, police, and free hot dogs from the Neighborhood Watch. This is my first time planning an event like this, and I'm really excited that so many people have come together for it. And I'm very grateful that we've been able to have so much support, especially since I'm doing it, by myself because the chair is out of town right now. And I'm hoping that we can have a good turnout. Everyone is welcome at East Village Park next Tuesday at 5:30 p.m., which is when the event is. And then just back to being a citizen for a second, not as the vice chair. There are so many organizations here And I think that if everyone had an understanding of if the city was doing anything to represent the people who elected all of you, this probably would not be what's happening right now. Because I know that some of you are trying, and I also know that nothing's happening. And so, yeah, I would urge you to kind of, I guess, I don't know, have a special meeting or something to give us like a report on what's going on at least. Thank you.
Thanks, Alexis. We'll go to Mr. David Goodman. David Goodman, yeah. And then, David, you'll be followed by Vanessa Frank.
Thank you. Before I begin the comments as to why I'm here, I just want everybody to know I received a text alert from the National Weather Service. There was an 8.9 earthquake in the west coast of Russia, and there's a tsunami watch that's been upgraded to a tsunami warning for the entire west coast. So please be vigilant. My name's Dave Goodman, and I want to begin my comments by letting each and every one of you know who are elected office officials and those that are seeking elected office. We have a congressional candidate here with us tonight that even though most of the time I probably don't agree with you, I have tremendous respect for your service and thank you very much. I support the lady who wants a dangerous dog ordinance. Please take that seriously and give that consideration. I have been listening, and I wasn't aware that these organizations were going to come ask the city to allocate $1 million and hand it over to a private organizations. I am a Democrat. I'm a registered Democrat, but I am probably the most fiscally conservative Democrat you will ever meet. And with that in mind, I want to tell you, if you feel compelled to jump into this federal issue that, frankly, the city really has no business being in, because you guys need to actually focus on fixing the streets and getting our parks up to snuff and doing the things that you're mandated to do. But if you are compelled to do that and spend $1 million, I would say, why don't you consider spending the money on helping those who are here and want to work come out of the shadows by assisting them in getting H-2A ag worker visas? Why not follow the law? We are a nation of laws, and I'm fairly passionate about that as a retired police officer. I was out at the raid in the glass house. I was out there. Not as a protester, I went out to observe. And if anybody wants to ask me what I saw out there, I'll be glad to tell you offline. But we need to follow the law. The federal agents need to follow the law. There needs to be accountability if they don't. I think those mechanisms are in place. But let's not lose our way as a city as far as what your responsibilities are. If you want to work on federal issues, run for federal office. Let's obey the laws. If we want to help that segment of our community that needs the help them get the visas that are set forth for them to get. Thank you very much.
Thanks, David. Vanessa Frank. Vanessa, you'll be followed by Cynthia Salas.
Hi, good evening, City Council, Mayor. And I want to also express my support for the work that CFROG is doing and SEIU 721. I'm here to speak about support for our immigrant community, a lot of whom are workers and members of the unions, and I want to please encourage the City Council to help the union get a fair contract. But I'm really here tonight, an immigration attorney and have been for over 20 years. And I wanted to speak about the experience of the people that has been happening for months now with this federal enforcement. It's damaging our community, and I think you have an opportunity here as a city council to show support for your community. I call on you to create that special meeting so that you can discuss the ability to create public spaces where we can do clinics and other assistance, where we can provide funds as a city for emergency aid, both materials, sort of food support, rental assistance, but also legal assistance, of course. I believe the city should sign on to the ACLU lawsuit in the Central District of California to ensure that federal agents wear their names and badges and are not being masked. And there's sufficient documentation of federal agents throughout the United States now operating completely without any identification. And that's just not what a democracy is about. I think the city should condemn the raids both from July 10th and from June 10th and previously, and those that are yet to come. Generally, I say that working families, like the families that were stopped in Oxnard on July 10th, they are building this city. They're paying taxes with their work, and so it's time for the city to have the back of the people that have built this city themselves. If people want to take the time to understand immigration law, we understand that there is no way for people to come here lawfully, and once they've been here unlawfully, you cannot get right with the law. So there isn't an ability to do things like apply for an H-2A. The reason that people are here without papers is that there's work to be done to build this wonderful country, and people are willing to do it. They're willing to come here and use their efforts and give us their most valuable, productive lives to put in the effort. They are working in this country. They're creating wealth for this country. They're raising their families in this country. The least we can do as a community is support them when they need it most. So please look for ways that you can support our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vanessa. Thank you. We'll go to Cynthia Salas. And Cynthia, you'll be followed by Vanessa Valdez.
Good evening, everyone. Again, Cynthia Salas, also an elected official with our school board, here speaking for myself, not representing the board. Just want to make sure that's clear. Again, I'm back here, and I'm not upset. I'm, again, concerned. I have not seen anything come out of the city in regards to how we're addressing the unsafe conditions that the raids create for our children at our school districts. I kindly asked that the board please come together with the community and listen to their claims. I'm supporting what SEIU 721 is doing, 805 on DocuFund, Leave It 805, and everybody else that's here on behalf of the well-being of our community. And like I said last time, I don't care what side of the political side you stand. I'm here for the children of our community. They do not deserve what's happening to them and their families. And if people don't understand that this is a human rights issue, then let me make it about economics. In Ventura County, we have 4 large employers: education, agriculture, the county of Ventura. And here in the city of Oxnard is the city. So what do you think is going to happen when ADA goes down? Student registration goes down. Contracts with the city are going to go by. They're going to be gone, right? Because then the school has to reallocate. How are we going to secure the jobs for our teachers? How are we going to reassess the needs of students? So we need to think about that. If you don't care about human rights, all right, well, let's talk about economics. I also speak to you from the responsibility of an elected official. I have been doing my share. I'm seeking out and speaking to elected officials, the county office. I have 3 more to talk to. I will be meeting with the Mexican consulate. And I'm also going to reach out to meet with each and one of you individually. I need us to come up with a plan. This is like the 3rd time I've asked for that. We can't interfere with federal activities, but we can prepare to protect those in harm's way. That's mixed status families, that's teachers, that's students, that's staff. These are all members of our community, whether people like it or not. They are human beings and they are people. And for those of you in the room that pray to Jesus Christ, God. Our Father is a prayer of forgiveness and love and respect. So I'll be praying for you tonight. Because we can't lift up religion and then demonize human beings. We can't do that. We just can't. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia. We'll go to Vanessa Valdez.
Buenas noches, alcalde. No sé si quieran traer un intérprete para que los demás. No sé si quieran traer un intérprete
Sure.
para que ayude.
Sure.
So is the translator?
Yeah,
Yes.
he's coming.
Okay.
Creo que necesito el micrófono yo. It's more important.
I believe I need the microphone is more important.
Yeah, sure.
Quiere que lo
Yeah, I don't have one. Diego, if you're hearing me, can you bring a second mic?
Quisiera compartir que es más
Hold on, we'll get
eficaz
into
o más rápido si yo me permiten un tiempo adicional para yo poder
It's okay,
dar mi declaración en español y después en
We'll
inglés.
get you a mic this way, everybody
I think it'd be better faster if you allow me to speak in Spanish and then for the Spanish translation.
Okay, we'll get you a mic.
Test.
Okay, we'll bring a second mic out for you.
Mayor, I have a question of asking you. Do we follow the rules for everybody, or do we make a special case for one individual?
Well, she wants to
I
speak.
don't want to
in-
be involved in just giving special invitation to one individual, because that's discrimination where I come from. I don't know about you.
She wants to speak in Spanish and we'll.
But she speaks English very well.
It's okay, it's okay.
Should give everybody the fair shake or not? We're getting a fair shake. We should announce that we're going to give a microphone at the beginning, Mayor Pro Tem.
De acuerdo al Brown Act, también les quiero recordar que no pueden obligar a las personas que hablen en inglés en una reunión pública concejal así como esta.
We'll start the time again, so you can have your 6 minutes.
Act that you cannot force someone to speak another language than, or to force someone to speak in English. if
You're
they want
welcome to speak in
another
Spanish,
language.
Vanessa, we'll get a translator for you, go ahead.
Sí, yo entiendo eso, nada más que están pidiendo que hablen inglés y quería asegurar y dejar claro que la ley dice que no puede uno, como ustedes, obligar a la gente que
I
hable en
believe the
inglés.
time is
Madam
started.
Clerk, if you can start the time.
You're preventing people from speaking English. I just
Bueno.
want to remind you that the law forbids from forbidding people not.
And we're giving you 6 minutes,
speak in
Vanessa.
another-
Can we start the time? Please start your comments.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Vanessa Valdés.
Good evening. My name is Vanessa Valdez.
Soy originaria de Oxnard, una orgullosa chicana, abogada y madre.
I'm originally from Oxnard and a proud Chicana, attorney and mother.
Actualmente soy la presidenta de la Asociación de Abogados Latinx del Condado de Ventura
I'm currently the president of the Latinx Attorneys Association of Ventura County,
y también soy consejera especial para México.
and I'm also the special counsel for Mexico.
Además, soy la fundadora de BC Defensa, la primera red de respuesta rápida en el Condado de Ventura dedicada a proteger a nuestras comunidades inmigrantes.
And on top of that, I'm one of the founders of BC Defense, the first rapid response network in the Ventura County to protect our immigrant community
Y trabajadoras y trabajadores del campo.
and field workers.
Empezamos a dar talleres para que conozcan sus derechos desde el principio del año. También estábamos dando ayuda legal, patrullamos las escuelas cuando nadie más lo hizo.
We're also starting to have workshops for people to know their rights. We've been there since the beginning of the year, and also to provide with legal assistance and patrolling the schools when nobody else was doing it.
Hoy les hablo no solo como abogada, sino como alguien profundamente arraigada en esta comunidad.
And today I'm here not only as an attorney, but also as someone with very deep roots in this community,
Y comprometida con la justicia.
with a commitment to justice.
Nuestra nueva campaña Libre 805 está enfocada en brindar defensa legal
And our newest campaign is 805 Free
is focused on providing with legal assistance
y denunciar las violaciones constitucionales cometidas por ICE y otras agencias policiales.
and to report on the violation of the Constitution by ICE and other police agencies.
Nuestros abogados están disponibles 2 veces a la semana para brindar apoyo y conectarlos con más recursos del condado.
Our attorneys are available twice a week from 3 to 5 p.m. to provide assistance and connect people with resources in the county.
La muerte de Jaime Alanis García no será ignorada.
We won't forget the death of Jaime Alanis Garcia.
No será olvidada
But we won't ignore it
y no será tolerada.
and we won't tolerate it.
Señor alcalde, usted y yo hemos estado en comunicación desde enero sobre la resolución que le propuso mi equipo de abogados.
Mayor, you and I have been in communication since January regarding the resolution proposed by my team of attorneys,
Ahora llamada la resolución de Jaime Alanis García.
now called the Jaime Alanis Garcia resolution.
Usted expresó inicialmente su apoyo a nuestra resolución.
Initially, you expressed your support to our resolution.
He solicitado una reunión de emergencia para desarrollar un plan frente a las redadas de ICE con usted desde enero.
And I have requested an emergency meeting to develop a plan against the ICE raids since January.
Y sin embargo, este consejo continúa priorizando otros asuntos.
But sadly, this council is still giving priority to other matters.
Esta es la cuarta o quinta vez que le pedimos que convoquen una reunión especial.
This is the fourth or fifth time that we request that you have a special meeting.
Incluyan la resolución Jaime Alanis García en la agenda.
And includes in the agenda the Jaime Alanis Garcia resolution,
Que incluye todo lo que la comunidad hoy le está pidiendo.
which includes everything that the community is nowadays asking for.
Todas las ideas que compartieron en el público con ustedes hoy
So all the ideas shared by the public with you today
están incluidas en la resolución de Jaime Alanis García.
are included in the Jaime Alanis Garcia resolution.
Pueden encontrarla en libre805.org.
You can find it at libre805.org.
Fírmenla, apóyenla y apruébenla.
Sign it, support it, and approve it,
Que la historia registre
so that it's recorded in history
qué lado de la justicia se pusieron. Gracias.
that you were on the side of justice. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vanessa. We'll go to Elidet, and Elidet will be followed by Odette. And then this is
Hi, good evening, Mayor MacArthur, City Council, and City staff. I want to remind everyone here that being undocumented is a civil offense, not a crime, not a criminal one. We already have an immigration and criminal system in place that does not involve terrorizing the community on the orders of a convicted felon. So if we're talking about the laws, why don't we use the current system instead of what's going on right now? I'm here today to support the Jaime Alanis Garcia resolution. A moment of silence for Mr. Garcia without action would be an injustice. This resolution includes support for AB 1185, which allows sheriff oversight boards, essential for transparency and public safety. Since all the law enforcement agencies have released joint statements regarding ICE, then support full transparency of these departments. Affirmation of SB 54, which bars local resources from being used for federal immigration enforcement. A call for Oxnard PD to document and report any civil rights concerns during federal enforcement actions. We've already seen from evidence of LA Times footage used to expose misconduct by officers during the ICE protest. And these law enforcement officers have been facing consequences because of that. I'm so glad to see there are so many law enforcement officers here present here today. I want to remind everyone here, everybody, the officers in the community, that qualified immunity does not apply when officers, local or federal, violate constitutional rights. Racial profiling and denial of due process are constitutional rights violations. People have a right to fear for their lives right now because the fear isn't a hypothetical anymore. A man has been killed. Let's not forget that the officer who killed George Floyd went to prison not for the killing itself, but for violating Mr. Floyd's civil rights. I just want to remind all the officers of that who stood around at the hospital protecting ICE. We can't end qualified immunity for entire agencies, I get that, but we can hold individual officers accountable. That's why I recorded every single officer that was there at the hospital. If you truly believe in the justice system, then uphold it. Mayor MacArthur, you served 35 years as a law enforcement officer. You can't say that you don't know. So let's use the law to protect the people. That includes protecting one of our most important constitutional rights, the right to due process. Everybody has a right to due process regardless, and we do not need to put up with terrorizing our community to protect that. So I would like you guys to take attention to the Jaime Alanis Garcia resolution, which you should have in your emails by end of evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Odette. We'll go to Odette. And then Odette, you'll be followed by Susie Valencia.
Good afternoon, Oxnard City Council, Mayor MacArthur, and city staff. My name is Odette, my pronouns are they, them, theirs, and I'm a youth and young adult community organizer with CAUSE. We at CAUSE work with working class families, including youth, young adults, and immigrant adults. And we work in a lot of different injustices, whether it be housing, environmental racism, or labor injustices. But today, more than ever, we have felt the punches of what's going on in our community when it comes to immigration, and especially the recent raids in the last few months. These raids have left a scar in a community and a deep wound that a lot of us feel. But first, I want to start by thanking you, because when tenants raised concerns about harassment from landlords to you, Oxnard City Council, and staff, you listened. You took the time and allocated funds to support tenants who were going through really hard times in this moment. And I am here to ask you to do that again, because now, more than ever, we need strong, bold leaders to represent their communities. And today, I feel angry, mad, frustrated, because we here in Oxnard, who are an immigrant, hardworking class community living in unceded Chumash land, come here looking for opportunities and a bright future, with hearts full of sacrifice, ready for those brighter opportunities for those to come. And I'm mad because when youth came before you earlier this year in the streets and here in Oxnard City Council, nothing was done. Nothing was agendized on next steps for the asks of our young folks in our community. When people came to you showing their scars from what happened on July 10th, nothing was done. And yet again, here we are with the power in this room, and I'm frustrated because every single elected official, every person who is holding a position of power is telling us that their hands are tied. But here today, there's something precise. I'm mad, frustrated, but I'm not broken. I'm not broken because there is hope, and the hope comes with action. Today, there's something very precise that 805 immigrant and folks who have been working towards are here to ask you. are here to ask you to agendize this, to allocate at least $1 million emergency funds to support families in need, to provide city resources and infrastructure, and publicly condemn these raids. Be here with your community, your constituents, and stand for that brighter future. We need to develop a long-term protection and recovery plan. And last but not least, join the ACLU lawsuit, because now it is your turn. Let us not break. Be our hope. Thank you.
Thanks, Odette. Thank you. We'll go to Teresa. I apologize, yes. I went out of line. It's Susie Valencia. Susie, if you're here, you're next. And then Susie, you'll be followed by Teresa Bonham. Thank you, Councilwoman.
Hello, Mayor, City Council, and residents. My name is Susie Valencia, a proud member of SEIU 2015 home care worker and a resident of Oxnard. I am here in solidarity with my brothers and sisters of SEIU 721 for a fair contract, as well as in support of our immigrant community, who has been severely impacted by the recent kidnappings that have been happening. I am here to ask the City of Oxnard to condemn the raids and help with funding so that our hardworking community may receive assistance for basic necessities, because without them, there will be no food on our table. Thank you.
Thank you, Susie. Teresa, and then Teresa, you'll be followed by Michael.
Hello, council members. My name is Teresa Bonham. I'm an Oxnard resident, a professor at Oxnard College, and the president of AFT Local 1828. This union represents all of the teachers at Oxnard College, Moore Park College, and Ventura College. I am deeply troubled by the ICE activity I've witnessed and the negative impact it has had on our community. I'm asking the city to protect its community by requiring ICE to not wear masks, to identify themselves with proper identification badges, and to cease reckless driving behavior that may cause serious injury or harm. Additionally, I request that the city not allow ICE to use any public areas for staging or prepping. I am particularly worried about the negative impact of ICE activity in Oxnard on my students. I want my students to feel safe in my classroom, but this is challenging when ICE is arresting citizens and legal residents. It's difficult to teach when students may be afraid to leave their homes. And I'm concerned about how this ICE activity will impact enrollment at Oxnard College. A decrease in enrollment could lead to many of my colleagues potentially losing their livelihoods, which would further impact the city, our community, our neighbors. I urge you to stand up for our city and protect the people of Oxnard to the best of your ability. I also support my union brothers and sisters. Please authorize your negotiation team to reach a fair agreement with SEIU 721. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Moman. Dr. Koslow?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. I'm Michael Koslow, and I rise as a U.S. congressional candidate in our district to address proposed legislation I previously presented to leadership in this council to state that currently in our nation and cities, we are experiencing a contentious environment among Americans, wherein we are working diligently in the new Congress to correct the adverse impacts of open immigration laws permitted by the previous administration. In that light, I've been in contact with the office of Representative Maria Salazar, Republican from Florida, who introduced the Dignity Act of 2025, H.R. 4393, in the U.S. House of Representatives on July 15, 2025, a bipartisan effort to strengthen border security in the United States, provide undocumented individuals with an opportunity to obtain legal status if they meet certain strict requirements, and update aspects of the U.S. legal immigration system. The bill is also sponsored by Representative Veronica Escobar, a Democrat from Texas, and an additional 10 original Republican co-sponsors. It is a revised version of the Dignity Act of 2023. This bipartisan effort comes as a new polling indicates that 8 out of 10 Americans believe immigration is a good thing for the U.S. and support allowing undocumented immigrants to earn legal status if they meet certain strict requirements over a period of time. The bill is divided into the following 3 sections. 1, Border Security for America Act, Border Security and Asylum Reform, mandatory E-Verify, important. 2, Dignity and American Promise in the DREAM Act. 3, Fairness for legal immigrants, employment, and student visas. The Dignity Act of 2025 is a groundbreaking bill that offers the solution to our immigration crisis, helps secure the border, stops illegal immigration, and gives long-standing productive immigrants a well-deserved chance to stay and work here. No amnesty, no handouts, no citizenship, just accountability and a path toward economic stability and a better future. I ask for your collective support on this important legislation and for a common-sense approach to our community management. And thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kozlo. We'll go to Carla Alejandra. Carla? That's with the K.
The families of the hundreds of people who were violently forced into detention centers don't need your moments of silence. Nor do they need the half-hearted, empty words of support. They need money. And you have it. This city has it. Even though many of you will lie and say $1 million is too steep a price. May 20th of this year, it was noted that this city requested $650,000 for the fiscal year to spend repairing trash cans. Add to that the $200,000 you will be spending just to switch signs because you decided to rename the public transit center. That's already $850,000. Now, let's factor in the $1 million most at this city council approved last year for the wayfinding program. We're at $1.85 million now. Let's add on to that the budget of only one of the new anti-homeless restrooms installed at the local parks, about $200,000. We're at over $2 million now that this city has squandered on trash cans, street signs, and anti-homeless restrooms. The total pay and benefits this city pays to the city attorney, police chief, assistant city manager, and city manager combined totals more than $1.9 million. And those are just 4 city employees. So none of you better come out here with this crap that $1 million is too much, because it is not enough. And while I'm here, I would like to address the concerns that some residents have regarding the so-called criminals that were rounded up on Glasshouse Farms. As a social scientist, I can assure you all, nice white people, that if we rounded up 400 white people today, there would be way more than one child molester in the group. So how about y'all, I'm not done. I'm not done, chill. So how about y'all go and take care of your own before you come with this bullshit over here.
Carla, just address us, please.
Okay, no, well, they're over here addressing everyone, so.
Just address us.
Okay, brother, I'm done. So y'all just agree to pay the $1 million.
Thank you.
Have it.
Thank you, Carla. We'll go to Cheryl Hall. Cheryl? Miss Cheryl Hall? You're next. Yeah. And then Cheryl, you'll be followed by Christine Brown.
Trump is a pedophile.
Listen, guys. Listen. Hey, Barbara, stop. Come on now, Barbara, come on. Listen, guys, this is uncalled for. Let's give Cheryl her time. Cheryl, go ahead.
This is Start. Thank you so much. I came here to call your attention to a few things, like common sense. It's heated on both sides, but let's all ask ourselves a question. How many borders of other countries have we dared to cross illegally? And if we have we demanded room and board, education, health care, rights to vote, rights to everything, and act as though we're entitled to it? Does the countries of Guatemala and Belize to the south of Mexico have an open border? What happens if one wants to cross that border illegally? I am tired of the name calling because I agree with the law and order and with President Trump. Okay? I reclaim every second that someone interrupts me and can't tolerate someone else's opinion. It's not, as a matter of fact, it's not an opinion. What I just said is facts. But most concerning to me, besides what the other things I need to address, one thing I need to address I didn't come to address is I haven't been here before, but when Deb Baber was speaking, I saw Mayor Pro Tem Gabe Turan very excitedly nodding your head. And to me, that goading other people's children and young adults to participate in crimes that could cost them their freedom and their life. I would just like to ask you, with all your enthusiasm, be the first one to do it. Don't sit there and be spineless and encourage other people to commit the crime and they have to do the time. If you want other people to do what you want to do, have some courage and get the guts. But I will wage that you won't, that you're just a spineless shell of a human being, okay? But no, it's not okay. It's not okay to encourage other young adults and people to jeopardize their freedom and go to prison. While you sit there in the sanctity of your home while others do your dirty work that you don't have the spine or the guts to get up and do yourself. So the next time you want someone to do it, you lead the way. You get the vehicle, you go pick them up, and you do it. Thank you.
Stop.
But you are appalling, and you're not a man. You're not a man.
Thanks, Cheryl. We'll go to the, now listen, I'm just going to give one more warning. Any other outburst that's inappropriate, we have to give people an opportunity to speak, whether we disagree or not. Let's give an opportunity to speak. But if there's another outburst, I'm going to ask one of the officers back here to just politely escort you out so we can continue on. We still have about another 20 speakers to go. We'll go with Christine. They're just adding up. We'll go to Christine Brown.
Hello. Thank you for your service to our city. I'm here tonight as a member of SEIU 721. My name is Christine Brown. I humbly ask you to please give the city's bargaining team the authority to negotiate our COLAs. This isn't just about me, but about all us union folk. SEIU members are either on the front line providing community service or provide support for that front line. We're connected here. All SEIU 721 members should be able to afford and live here, and we should be able to thrive. Please help us. And
Sorry, Christine, go ahead.
Thanks.
All right.
So I live here. I like it here. It's actually the happiest I think I've ever been. And it sounds so weird to say that. I've been here for about 7 years. And I want to address you, but there's no way to not address what's happening in the room tonight.
Sure.
So I'm trying to think of how to do this as an employee. So what came to mind after thinking and scribbling a lot is just listening to the various migrant advocacy groups, and they noticed us. They noticed SEIU 721. So I've noticed them, I hear them. I'm imagining you did too. And I'm hoping for the best possible outcome from that. Thank you so much for your time. Have a good night.
Thanks, Christine. Thank you. We'll go to Lilia Rubalcaba, and then Lilia, you'll be followed by Blue Wolf. Hi, Ms. Rubalcaba, go ahead.
Hey, how you doing? Good to see you all.
Yeah.
And I love the energy. Thank you for your time and your service. Mayor MacArthur, City Council, and fellow Oxnard residents. My name is Dr. Lilia Rubalcaba. I am a math professor at Oxnard College, and I also serve in my union, AFT 1828. I also support my brothers and sisters, SEIU 721. But I am here as a concerned community member alongside many of my neighbors to demand justice and urgent action. ICE raids are tearing our families apart. As a child, I personally worked in the field that ICE is ruthlessly kidnapping agricultural workers. This city is witnessing ICE's immoral tactics by raiding hospitals, our farmlands, and our workplaces. It is happening. The city of Oxnard is failing our migrant indigenous community. This silence and inactions are unacceptable. Instead, we would need clear, strong, and enforceable policies, which can include emergency funds for the hundreds of families devastated by their raids, the city resources for grassroots organizations helping our communities, a public condemnation of the raid showing Oxnard protects all of its residents, a long-term plan for mental health support, family reunification, and know your rights education. And finally, I urge Oxnard, the city of Oxnard, I've been here long enough to call it my only home, join the ACLU federal lawsuit to defend the rights and liberties guaranteed by our Constitution for all who are on this land. Mayor MacArthur, city councilmen, women, please rise to the urgent moment and protect our vulnerable residents. Thank you very much. Have an awesome evening.
Thank you, Dr. Rubalcaba. Thank you. We'll go to Blue Wolf. And then Blue, you'll be followed by Angie Jimenez.
I'm taking over for Blue Wolf. They handed it off to me. So.
Okay.
My name's Alex. Nice to meet you guys. I see my time started. I have a lot of concerns about the youth. Just like some people here were concerned about the youth, but they might not know that the legal age to work in California is 14. So you're actually allowed to work when you're 14. Not everyone gets everything handed to them once they get out of grade school. Also, it is quite, I can't really take it seriously when they draw concerns about trafficking. Because I know about a minor that got trafficked, and her name was Virginia Gouffre, and she got trafficked through Mar-a-Lago. So, and I'm here mostly to advocate for the families that are in our community, that pay taxes. They're all hardworking individuals. If Trump actually cared about solving the problem, he would do what his god Reagan did, which was a blanket pardon. But he's not going to do that because he's a racist. And it's very, very sweet to hear people wax poetic about law and order when this is a president who's been convicted 34, 35 times of felons. In history books, they'll look back on him as a president of lawlessness and chaos. It was under Trump that we had the riots in his first term. It was under his watch. Also under his watch, he didn't even build a third of the wall that he suckered his followers into thinking that he was going to build. Yeah, and also there were quite a lot of immigration, a lot of immigration during Trump's term. But mostly rape denial. And I just want to really drill home the point that no matter what people tell you, Trump is the president of lawlessness and disorder. No other president has had this much civil unrest in their 2 terms. Not a single one. Actually, you know what? There was one named James Buchanan, and he's the guy who failed to stop the Civil War from happening. He's a hypocrite, he's a liar, and much like his followers, he just spews and eats up bullshit all day. Now, I want to get to the point, is anybody that's listening at home, or over here, or maybe over there, You can actually donate and make a difference in your community instead of sitting at home and complaining about it and blaming everything on immigrants. You can actually do something about it today. There's a lot of organizations that are local. Some of them are making real, tangible efforts to feed families, to protect people legally. And those individual groups, which you can donate to, are My Cop Cause, Friends of Field Workers, VC Defensa, and 805 Undocumented. All right, now, I want everyone to know that Oxnard is the greatest city on the planet. Don't let anyone tell you differently. And immigrants make America great. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, Alex.
Mayor,
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
if I can, before Alex leaves, if he's willing, if he could fill out a speaker card, because he did take somebody else's spot, just so we have that. Oh, he already did. Thank you.
We just called him early. Thanks, Alex. We'll go to Angie Jimenez. Angie, you'll be followed by Julia. Go ahead, Angie. Go ahead.
My name is Angie Jimenez. I was born and raised here in Oxnard. I attended school nearby at Driffle Elementary, and I recall being a little girl and watching you, Mayor MacArthur, on TV. It was a surprise because here was somebody that I could understand. They spoke my language, but not only that, he was also a policeman. I'm proud to be from Oxnard, and I believe we are the true 805, way before Firestone hijacked it into their light beer. Both my father and mother were migrant workers who worked the surrounding fields during the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, and even part of the year 2000. My dad is one of those of the silent generation, the last of his kind, born during World War II into poverty, but taught that hard work does pay off. Not to mention a heck of a sense of discipline, wit, cleverness, and a huge, huge, huge allergy to laziness. My father has always seen this city and what it has to offer. He not only saw this as a citizen, but also as a fellow city employee here in the city of Oxnard when he joined in 2001 at the young age of 60. This would be his last job as he begrudgingly retired in 2023 at the age of 82, which I believe he was the, next to the Mayor Zaragoza at the time, the oldest employee that the city had. At this point, you may be asking, why is this girl telling us about her family background? Well, I asked myself the same question up to the very moment before I got off my seat. During this time, the SEIU, and we have all heard, we've been negotiating with you as serving members of the council. I am sure that we have all had jobs where we have felt underpaid, underappreciated, and undervalued. That may not be our current situation, but we have all felt that at one point in our lives. Just like my background, you also have your family heritage. You have also felt love when you remembered great moments that you shared from a family member. You saw this not by words, but by actions. Actions triggered by thoughts and sentiments. Sentiments and thoughts that help build who you are today. What you have achieved thus far and what we have yet to achieve. So in closing, I respectfully ask that when considering the contract that you have with the City of Oxnard with SEIOU, you ask yourself and you think of a person you love and respect. Consider and think if these terms would be good enough for yourself, for your family, for your father or your mother or your children.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Angie. Thank you. We'll go to Julia. And then Julia, you'll be followed by Casey Rodriguez. Thanks, Julia.
Hello.
Hi.
It's good to see you again,
Good to see you, Julia.
Mayor MacArthur and Rodriguez. This is our chance to learn from each other. This is our chance to learn from our successes and learn from our failures. We shouldn't be in this mess, but we are. However, I am so grateful that the negligence and lack of responsibility from the rich, our politicians, some and most council members, and others have only made us, the working class, the people, closer and has only made us smarter and stronger. We see the negligence and lack of care, and we stand together because we have experienced suffering. We will continue to stand together until justice is served where justice is due. And we will continue to have each other's backs because that's how it should be. And since no one else does, we are hoping for change, and we are hoping you are listening. It is wonderful to see the people so willing to give, even when we can't afford to. And I would like to thank Alex, the owner of the mystery shop, for opening up the shop to all of those who volunteered and donated. Because of this, the food distribution is growing, and it is to actually help people. And I urge you, if you can, please donate what you can to the food distribution, to Right Alliance, to BC Defensa, to all organizations that are helping the people and doing what they can, even, like I said, when we can't afford to. I have an essay to do, and I'm here. And we should be doing everything we can for the people that have faced horrors that should never be experienced in a humane life. And I urge you to do your part and stand with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Julia. We'll go to Casey Rodriguez, and then Casey, you'll be followed by Gina.
Haku, hello. As a Chumash woman who just got out of a land acknowledgement subcommittee meeting for City of Ventura's Art and Culture Commission, I had to come here to not only be heard, but also to speak on behalf of all those who cannot be present. As I just got done discussing horrific injustices, genocide, oppression that we Chumash people have overcome, it breaks my heart to truly see not enough people have learned from our past and are creating more generational trauma ever so clear tonight. But we must remember all truths come out at some point. The sooner you act, the kinder history will remember you. And yes, you can take action tonight to help migrant families, write contracts to SEIU 721 tonight. Honor these hard workers, honor the people, and reassure them and their families that Oxnard still knows they are essential workers. They are everyday heroes. They might not be migrant families themselves, but I know as a labor union member myself, many, if not all, have generous hearts that will continue the immense giving to migrant families. Lastly, as one who is on the care policy team that's been victorious in our county, Rubini, it is time to get the care policy passed in Oxnard, and in that, maybe find a way to include the Jaime Alanis Garcia resolution. Giving $1 million would be a kind offering, but we also need the care policy to be passed. Each city has great organizations doing amazing work that needs financial assistance. But Ventura County needs to stand in unity with the care policy. We're still running, Plus, photos celebrating the care policy will get you more kudos than any photos with the Cowboys or at any hot parties. I remind everyone, if you're not Chumash, you are an immigrant on unceded Chumash land. Oh, okay. Can I get my time back too? Can I cry about getting time back too? Because these people.
Casey, go ahead.
And nobody is illegal on stolen land. Thank you.
There's Casey. We'll go to Gina. Is Gina L? And then Gina, you'll be followed by, I think it's Leonard Castillo.
Thank you. Good evening. Anti-law enforcement efforts leave communities vulnerable and unsafe. When law enforcement is delegitimized, crime prevention progress collapses, and trust between officers and residents erodes, especially in underserved areas where safety nets are already thin. So what is driving the anti-ICE law enforcement protests in our communities? If you're paying attention to patterns, there are many parallels to the BLM movement of 2020. Well-organized, well-funded, strategic attacks and violent protests against the people that keep us safe. Parallels, especially considering the funding mechanisms, with groups like George Soros's Open Societies Foundation giving tens of millions of dollars to Chirla and the Indivisibles. There's a well-established, easily traceable donor grant feedback loop in place that sustains and amplifies their momentum. Organizations like Chirla and Indivisibles fund initiatives that target traditional law enforcement, including using protests, violence, and doxing, which is why ICE officers now are masked, because their families, their spouses, their children, their homes, their schools have been made public so that people could attack them. And who loses? In the case of ICE, it's the trafficked children and adults and exploited labor. At the border, trafficked children suffer the most. Cartels exploit minors as passports into the US, recycling them through fraudulent, unvetted sponsors, fueling a black market of exploitation. The previous administration failed to protect children, facilitating the largest human trafficking operation in modern history. HHS whistleblower Tara Rhodes testified to Congress that the previous administration lost 320,000 children. Stephen Miller just adjusted that number to 450,000 missing children. Where are the children? Communities deserve safety, transparency, and protection, not ideological warfare and abandoned children. 14 trafficked minors were rescued from Glass House Farms. They worked alongside 3 convicted felons. Felonies were rape, child molestation, and kidnapping. And trafficked people owe cartels $15,000 to $18,000. I want to thank ICE and the current administration for their dedication to finding the exploited children and to prosecuting the criminals that have abused them. I would also ask for the City Council and Governor Newsom to immediately issue an executive order against SB 54 and allow local law enforcement to cooperate with ICE and hand over any illegal aliens that are violent from the jail and not release them into our communities to wreak further havoc, crime, and terror. Thank you.
Thank you, Gina. We'll go to Leonard Castillo. Leonard, you'll be followed by, I think it's,
Carson.
oh, Carson. Followed by Carson Acosta. Sorry. Go ahead, Leonard.
Good evening, council members, mayor. It's 29 days since the, well, let me introduce myself. I'm Leonard Castillo. I'm the worksite organizer with SCIU Local 721. I represent the city workers of Oxnard. And, you know, just again, here to inform you, we are currently, our members are currently working 29 days without a contract that has not been ratified as of yet. Again, what we're here today to pretty much bring across to you is that the city negotiators essentially need your authority to negotiate COLAs, cost of living adjustments. So we want you to look into granting them that authority. Also, with the cost of living adjustment, you're talking about keeping up with the pace of everyday expenses, and the cost of pretty much everything is continuously to rise. And one-time bonus money is just not going to cut it. You got to look at overall the expenses over time, and also these individuals that are here today, here currently right now. Some of them had to leave because again they're hardworking individuals. They put in a lot of hard work for the city, taking care of the community and your constituents, and they also are at times your constituents as well. So again, just want you to consider this. And on another note, obviously, with the theme of tonight, I just want to just remind you all that immigrant rights, they're civil rights. Immigrant rights are human rights, and immigrant rights are worker rights. And to consider what these folks are saying here tonight, and again, just think of the families that are impacted by all your decisions. Thank you.
Thanks, Leonard. We'll go to, yeah. Oh, sure, sounds good. Then we'll go to Carson, and after Carson, we'll go to one of the virtual speakers. Thanks, Madam Clerk.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Carson Acosta, and I have the honor of serving as Regional Director of SEIU Local 721, representing Oxnard City workers. First, I'd like to thank our union brothers and sisters and from the other unions around the county and the immigrant rights advocates tonight advocating for the most vulnerable community members, including the 805 Undocu Fund, for their support, and know that we support you in your fight. Today, Oxnard City workers are 29 days without a contract. Our members deserve a fair contract with strong wages that allow members to work in the city that they serve. Our members deserve a COLA, a cost of living increase. What makes the city special is the community. City employees serve their friends, family members, and neighbors because most city employees live in the city of Oxnard. We are proud to have generations of family members that work for the city and serve their community. Unfortunately, as the city becomes more expensive, the ability for city workers to live in this city, stay here, and raise a family has become more and more difficult. This does not have to be the future of working for the city of Oxnard. City negotiators need your authority to settle this contract, approve a COLA, and prioritize the city's most valuable resource, its employees. Thank you.
Thanks, Carson. We'll go to Ivan Vega. I'm sorry, the virtual caller, Madam Clerk, first, and then we'll go to Ivan Vega next.
Okay, virtual speaker ending in 7826. You have 3 minutes starting now.
Hi, my name's Holly Madison. I'm an Oxnard resident. I'm retired. And in response to the human trafficking that the lady had mentioned previously, human trafficking has been going on for decades. And you don't hear anybody coming down on the Russian mob for it because they've been pretty much behind most of it. And this is just more fear-mongering, which also happened during the McCarthy era. And this is just more of the same. You know, Jesus was an immigrant. You got to remember that. If you're a true Christian, you'll remember that. If you're not, then, you know, you're just going to pretend. That's all I have to say. Support your local unions because right now we're in the same type of historical time that we were in during the Industrial Revolution, where corporations took over everything and monopolized everything. And it's just a little bit different because we're in the technology age, but the same thing's happening, and the only way that ended was through unions. So support all of your local unions. Even if you don't belong to a union, volunteer for your union. Help a union by donating money. Do everything to help unions because they're the only way that people are going to get a fair break in this country. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll go to Ivan Vega. And Ivan, you'll be followed by Shannon.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Ivan Vega, and I serve as the Associate Organizing Director for Future Leaders of America. I'm here today to urge you to invest $1 million where it's truly needed in the safety, dignity, and well-being of Oxnard residents. Let me start by simply saying a simple truth. If you had food today, if you ate, please thank an immigrant farm worker for harvesting your food. Just a few years ago during the pandemic, immigrant farm workers were hailed as essential. Today, many of those same workers are being hunted by federal agents. Immigrant labor is the backbone of Oxnard, and yet our community is under attack. We are asking that you allocate $1 million in emergency funds to support families impacted by the ongoing ICE raids. These raids are tearing families apart, often removing the household's main provider, leaving children without support to pay for food, to pay for housing, to pay for educational materials, for healthcare and legal aid. You have the power to direct city resources and infrastructure to trusted community-based organizations already in the front lines doing the work. These groups need access to public spaces for legal clinics, rapid response organizing, and resource distribution. You don't have to do this work alone, but you have to take action now. We also urge you to join the ACLU lawsuit against unlawful actions of federal agents and to stand with the California cities demanding accountability. Our neighbors to the north and Goleta have allocated $100,000 to this very effort. What will you do? Publicly condemn the raids and reaffirm Oxnard's commitment to protecting all residents regardless of immigration status. Because ICE is not just targeting undocumented people, they are racially profiling and detaining US citizens without due process. As part of the 805 Immigrant Rapid Response Network, I've spoken to US citizens who are reporting that their spouses, also US citizens, were taken by ICE and they have no idea where they're at. While some may be released, others may not be so lucky. We're already lost a community member due to the aggressive ICE raids at Glass Hall Farms. This is not an isolated tragedy. It is part of violence and a systematic patterns. So I ask you, City Council, how many more lives must be lost? How many more children must be torn apart from their parents? How many more neighbors must be sent to ICE detention centers that are modern-day concentration camps before the City Council takes action? Oxnard must invest in real public safety, one that uplifts, protects everyone, fund legal aid, fund rapid response teams, and know your rights education. Now is the time to act. Support immigrants, support the working class, be on the right side of history.
Thanks, Ivan. We'll go to Shannon. And Shannon, you'll be followed by Arthur Valenzuela.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Shannon, as many of you know. I'm a retired nurse and a longtime volunteer in this community through my photography, as well as volunteering for multiple nonprofit organizations, such as Friends of Field Workers and now Right Alliance, and the free food distribution program at Oxnard College. I'm here tonight to speak from both my heart and firsthand experience. Over the past several weeks, I've volunteered at numerous free food distributions across our city. I've looked into the eyes of mothers unsure how they'll feed their children, and I've handed out diapers to grandmothers caring for infants left behind. And I've witnessed the pain and the resilience that these ICE raids have brought to our community. These families are not strangers. They are our neighbors, our coworkers, our friends. And what I've also seen is something beautiful. This community showing up. People stepping up without hesitation to feed, clothe, and care for those affected. It has been powerful. It has been grassroots, but it has been also overwhelming. That's why I'm asking the City of Oxnard to approve $1 million in emergency funding, not just to provide basic necessities like food, formula, rent assistance, legal fees, and hygiene to families impacted by these raids, but also to support the community members and organizations like Rio and Mo at Right Alliance 805, who have been holding this work together with limited resources and unlimited heart. This is not just about crisis response, it's about standing by our values, about showing our most vulnerable that Oxnard does not abandon its people in their time of need. Your support can help stabilize these families and sustain the community infrastructure that rose up when others fell silent. Please approve the emergency funds and let's do the right thing together. And also, no one is illegal on stolen land.
Thanks, Shannon. Arthur Valenzuela. And then Arthur, you'll be followed by Reverend Greg Runyon.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and city staff. Nice to see you all again. I'm coming here to speak on two topics. First, I'll speak regarding the labor negotiations. As you all know, these workers have gone without a contract for 29 days. And unfortunately, it seems that they are continuously given the raw end of the stick. And usually it seems that the police union is given preferential treatment. I know last year they didn't go a single day without a contract. That was taken care of right on very early. But we see SEIU and the other unions that they have gone without a contract. And so I strongly encourage you to have a special meeting for a closed session to deal with these labor disputes during the August recess. It doesn't take a lot of staff in order to do so, but it should be considered a priority. Second, the community is asking for $1 million in legal defense and to support those affected by the ICE raids. I do support this. I just saw from the last adopted budget, the most recent adopted budget, you allocated $1.5 million to replace the $1.5 million spent last year for the seawalls. I know $1 million from this $38.8 million could be used in order to provide this for legal aid and even potentially a legal defense fund for these groups if it works properly with other local governments and the county and school districts. It happens for the Joint Powers Insurance Authority, for a lot of cities for civil litigation. I'm sure this could happen also for litigation dealing with federal, but it's only if we act fast and actually work with our state partners in order to do so. So thank you very much, and I hope you can move forward on these two items. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Arthur. Reverend Runyon. And then
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I just wanted two things, but quickly. Eric Sonstigar told me that you guys had a moment of silence. I'm sorry I wasn't here early enough for Reverend Mahorko. He started the Oxnard Clergy Council and did a lot of things in the late 2007, 8, in that time period. Was very involved in trying to help people turn their lives around, a group called Hope Boys, Hope Girls. We did a lot of direct engagement. I was vice chairman of the clergy council with him. And the whole idea was we would go out in the community, and instead of, that's when they had the gang injunction, and instead of going out to try to figure out who was on the gang injunction, we went out to try to figure who we could get off it. And the whole idea is when you're trying to help someone that is a criminal, putting them in jail is the easy answer. Keeping them out of jail is the harder answer. And I know Edgar, I saw him last night around 5 o'clock, and it was really hard because if you know anybody who's really sick and has had cancer, Edgar couldn't really talk, and I got ready to leave and we prayed, and he opened his eyes and he just looked at me and he said, "I love you." And got no problem telling you, I gave him a big kiss and a big hug. Edgar came from Puerto Rico. He was an immigrant. And I got to tell you, I'm really kind of disgusted but energized listening to some of the dialogue that goes back and forth. I'll tell you this. If we can't help someone who doesn't look like us, doesn't talk like us, doesn't think like us, we can't help ourselves. And I think what is so important, like I even hear it right now, like if I don't say what somebody likes, they immediately think you're against them. And if you say something that I like, they immediately think you're for them. I'm telling you right now, everybody's got to learn to sit down with people that they don't agree with. How do we find a solution? I could point out every problem with all of you in 10 seconds. But you could point out all my flaws in 2. That's not the job. The job is to figure out how do we solve this. We need to figure out how to get people to be able to do their job, but to do it the right way. We need to get out to help people feed their families, but do it the right way. I hope y'all sit down and talk about a solution instead of always talking about the problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend. We'll go to Willie. That's, yeah. This is Willie Lupka. Yeah. Hi, Willie. And then after him, we'll go to Ronnie Miranda.
Good evening, City Council. Kudos to all of you for respectfully paying attention through this long series of public speakers. I've been watching you. You have been. Good job. Mayor, I hope you remember meeting me at the Wagon Wheel
Yeah.
the night there was a graduation of Oxnard College students.
Of course I do, Willie. Yeah.
Yeah, good to see all of you. I'm with a group called Buen Vecino, Good Neighbor. We're dedicated to the concept of love thy neighbor. I know all of you are too. As a reminder, 72% of our neighbors who are undocumented in California have been living here for 10 years or more. Our neighbors deserve our love regardless of where they came from, how long they've lived here. They're rooted in the community. We appreciate them. Their presence makes where we live a better place for all of us to live. I just want to reflect on the warning of the tsunami. God forbid that it hits our shoreline, but if it does, if any natural disaster occurred that impacted residents here, you would treat it as an emergency. You would address the material needs of people impacted. Well, we already have a tsunami. It's a tsunami of government-sponsored terror, which is causing material impacts on this community. It should be treated as an emergency, just as a natural disaster would. It's an artificial disaster. It's government-sponsored racial profiling and brutality. The community needs your not just thoughts and prayers, but material support. And we have to realize that whatever you do now is just the beginning. There's going to be more coming in the upcoming years. So get ready to stand behind the community. I support the requests that have been made of you, and I know you're going to do everything you can. So, thank you.
Thank you, Willie. We'll go to Ronnie Miranda. And then Tish will follow Ronnie.
Wow, that was way up there. Hi, guys.
Hi, Ronnie.
Good evening. I was not planning to come to speak tonight, and I've spoken with y'all before, and I've never prepared a statement. I was driving, I've been schlepping furniture and boxes all day. I was driving to Ventura. I tuned into the meeting, and I heard some of the most vile rhetoric that you poor people have to endure. My God. The disrespect and name-calling that was just thrown at you momentarily ago. All of this is because people need help. Your constituents need help. This is a humanitarian crisis that's been visited upon this community by the federal government. And I hear a lot of talk about their boy Trump and, you know, how he's making America safe and everything, all this rhetoric. They speak as if you have influence on federal policy. I know you don't. You know you don't. But you do work for this community. And I only want to encourage you, because I believe that each of you have the community's interest at heart, to please do something to help the people that are suffering. Rent's due tomorrow. Right now, there's someone that's suffering the loss of a loved one, the weight of uncertainty, the wounds that were inflicted by the government at the glass house that they seem to enjoy. It is sick. It is very sick. You know, there's a lot of things I could say. I think you can appreciate how hard it is for me to hold my tongue right now. I want to have control of what I say. So please let me say this one thing to the council, to the community, to the people behind me that are snickering and enjoying the suffering of others. Leviticus
Mayor,
19:33.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Mayor,
Yes,
I hear
you know,
somebody
I-
laughing.
I
and
know,
we
Barbara,
just-
I know you're snickering and laughing. You know, I've asked others to respect the comments, and we can do away with the snickers and the laughter. Just allow the speakers to do just that, speak here and address the legislative body. So if we can refrain from laughing, I think all of us would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Debris.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Let me read this to you and the community and everyone in this room, especially the Christians. Leviticus 19:33 states, "When a foreigner resides among you in your land, do not mistreat them." Right now, people are being hunted by masked militia of miscreants, people that do not regard the health, well-being, or safety of their community. They're going out for a bounty. And the rhetoric that they are feeding the community that's being consumed, that's being sold, immoral.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good
Ronnie,
night.
thank you. Tish, you're,
Does she get to go?
you know, officer, will you take that person out that just, with outbursts with the laughter? Okay, thank you. We'll go with you, Tish.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you especially for you police officers. I love you guys, my son's a policeman. I'm going to speak in Spanish and in English. I'm bilingual. I'm a Mexican-American.
You need a translator?
I do not need a translator. No, no, no. I
Can you
do not.
pause it,
I can
Mayor?
do both.
Yeah, hold on one second. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I just want to draw parallels here to when we had a speaker in the past request to do their comment both in English and Spanish.
I'm
What we
perfectly
asked-
able.
What we asked them to do when they came back this time was to say their comment in Spanish, have an interpreter translate that for those who may not speak Spanish or
Okay,
or
I'm going to do
understand.
both. I'm going to do both.
And
English
understood,
Spanish.
but we asked for an interpreter for a person who was also bilingual.
Oh, yeah.
I did request that a microphone be put up there so that folks who speak Spanish can hear the Spanish comment.
Okay,
But
I
I
could
think
speak-
just for
I could speak
consistency,
Spanish
that's what
first
we've
if you
done for
like.
the other speaker and ask the other speaker to
Tish, if you
do.
want to speak in Spanish, we'll get you a translator. I know, or you can speak in.
I
mean,
would
just
rather
pick-
do that. I could speak Spanish first, and then I could say it
My-
in English.
We'll get a just for,
My request is, I don't speak Spanish, I apologize for that.
I'm sorry, what?
I don't speak Spanish.
That's okay. I'll
Yeah,
speak
no, it's
English
okay.
first, and then I'll
Tish.
do Spanish.
Okay.
Okay?
Tish, we'll get the translator up here just for the consistency.
Hey, how about sign language too then? Because you got to do it all then. If you guys have
Come
a
on.
Spanish translator, we got to have a sign language.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
We can get you, look,
Okay, let me just tell you what I'm going to say in English first of all.
come on up here, translator.
Oh my gosh.
Interpreter, yeah, come on up here if she's going to speak in Spanish.
First of all, can I start in English first? Yes?
Well, are you going to just, so then you don't need Spanish then? Is that what you're, to just speak in English?
But for the people who speak English, Spanish, I want them to listen too. I want them to hear what I'm saying. Because if they don't speak English, they need to listen to what I'm going to say too.
Does anybody?
And that's what
I think we need to respect both languages.
Ma'am, the translator is serving that purpose for the people in the audience that don't speak English. So, and that's what the translator's here for. If you want to address the legislative body in Spanish, then he will translate into English for the legislative body that doesn't speak Spanish.
And then he say it in Spanish.
You don't get an extra 3 minutes if you do
I
that.
don't need an extra 3 minutes.
Okay.
I don't need any extra.
We don't need to translate in Spanish then. We have a translating service right back there that's translating for people that want that.
Mayor, I think the bottom line is, ma'am, do you plan to deliver your comment in English or Spanish?
Both.
You would like to do
I would
both?
like to do it myself.
So, for consistency, what we
Okay.
did with the speaker earlier,
Fine, you could-
when it's in Spanish, it's translated to English.
I want you guys to know that
Yes.
I'm a bilingual person who is a Mexican
That's why we're
American.
here.
All right,
As
so
long as
ma'am,
you can do it in
ma'am,
3
you can
minutes.
do
As long
that
as you can do it
in
in
your
3
3
minutes.
minutes.
Okay.
But you don't get extra time if you want to do that longer than 3 minutes.
I don't want extra time though.
Okay.
I never asked for extra time. Okay.
Can we reset our time at 3 minutes?
Go ahead, Tish.
Ay. Okay. Primero, quiero decir a todos aquí que en inglés y en español es la misma cosa. Criminal significa
que se haya violado la ley, que cometiste un delito. Si no fuiste invitado legalmente a este país, cometiste un delito. Por lo tanto, eso es lo que nuestro presidente está atendiendo junto con su administración. Ese es el trabajo de ICE. Los defensores que están aquí hoy necesitan entender esto. Y si están tan preocupados, deben pagar abogados y ayudar a quienes quieren estar aquí a volverse legales. Recuerda a las personas que intentaron impedir que ICE detuviera a un inmigrante ilegal en un edificio médico, han sido arrestados y ahora enfrentan 8 años de prisión. Basically, what I'm saying to you guys is, first of all, I'm a Mexican-American whose parents came here legally. They did all the paperwork, they did everything that was required for them because it was the law. If you're going to be in this country, that's what you need to do. The definition of criminal, you all should know it. We all know it. The definition of criminal is not obeying the law. If you are a criminal, there are consequences. What I want to say to these people who are fighting for those illegals is, if you want to help them, pay their lawyers. Do what you guys need to do to get those people here legally. Right now, they are criminals. And I do want to tell you that the millions of dollars that these people are asking for, there are people who are paying a lot of these people. A lot of these are paid protesters. Look into Chirla. Look into, I'll tell you all the other ones. California Democrats, Indivisible, 805 Immigration Coalition, George Soros. Many of these people are paid protesters. And as far as the ICE raids, I do know from friends who were there that many of those trafficked people who are at those ICE raids were thankful to the ICE agents that saved them from being trafficked.
Thank you. We'll go to Viv Barajas. Viv, V-I-V, Barajas.
Good evening, council members and Mayor MacArthur. Tonight, I stand before you not only as a resident of Oxnard, but as a witness to the growing injustices facing our community. I'd like to make a couple points. The first one is the current administration, in partnership with ICE, is not just misguided. It's cruel, unconstitutional, inhumane. They are tearing family apart, sowing fear in our neighbors and our communities. The second point I'd like to make is racial profiling is real. It's happening here in our own town. My own family member was harassed simply because of the color of their skin. So this is personal. And I say this with no exaggeration. Mayor MacArthur, others, councilmen, are just as vulnerable because of the color of their skin. So no one is safe when constitutional protections are ignored. The other point I'd like to make, we need a safety net for our people. We must shield our communities, protect our families, uphold the right of due process. This isn't just policy, it's a moral imperative. Our city must invest in legal aid, community resources, emergency response systems. So my fourth point is a call to fund protection to our community. I am asking you, council members and mayor, to establish programs that defend human rights, community safety. Our city's budget should reflect our values. The last point I'd like to make is you need to join our fight for our Constitution, for our communities, for our democracy. Please join in on ACLU's fight, as well as 805 on DocuFund. We have to fight for justice, and you need to stand with us in our community and show Oxnard that elected officials are not just watching, they're leading. And just for the record, data, since I have a few seconds. Immigrants versus US citizens. On the contrary, harmful stereotypes of immigrants, especially undocumented ones, that commit crimes are significantly lower rates than US citizens. So people, do your homework and educate yourself, because we know that immigrants have lower rates of incarceration, lower violent crimes, lower drug crimes, lower property crimes. So please educate yourself. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Madam Clerk, was Viv the last speaker, virtually or in person?
Mayor and council members, that concludes our speakers in person and virtually. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Mayor?
Does anybody want to take a recess before we?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
We're going to take a, what do you, 5, 10 minutes? What do you, five? Because we'll be 10 anyway.
We're about to start.
We'll take a 5-minute recess, then we'll come back. Moving on to item F. Diego to, yes. Okay, just want to call the meeting back to order after that brief recess. We'll move to the next item in the agenda. This is item F. This is the report from the city manager. Mr. Nguyen?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to point out something that I raised at the last meeting. I just feel compelled to point it out. And so on June 10th, when the morning of the first raid on one of our farms, the Farm Bureau sent out a press release that kind of stunned me because it starts out condemning the actions of ICE, but then it proceeds to instruct the rest of us on what we ought to do, the city, the county, the state, all the legislatures, but it was extremely silent on what, if anything, the agribusiness community would do for all of their employees. And it discusses their $2+ billion economy, part of our economy. I mean, I would imagine, given all of this, if they could pull 1% of that, the kind of support that we could all have, not just here in Oxnard, but across the county, could be pretty immense. So I wanted to see, what are they doing? Just very curious. I don't want to assume that they're doing nothing, like people are assuming that we're doing nothing, but there are many things we're doing behind the scenes that we're working on. So Diego, could you bring up the website? So this is the website for the Ventura County Farm Bureau, which is a representative of all the farmers. We've been talking about the farm workers. And I think it's going to show up. So if you could slowly, so this is their website. And if you could slowly scroll down. Keep going, please. And I think that's it. So I was also stunned by this. If you didn't know what was going on in our county and you were visiting this page, you'd have no idea what was happening to this industry. So as we move forward, I think it's important that the employers of the farm workers are a major, major participant in whatever the various outcomes and the various solutions that are necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen.
May I
go ahead,
May I
Mr.
make
Pearl.
a comment on
Of
that?
course.
The agribusiness is a big deal. And when we look at this, you need to realize it isn't just a guy raising a plant or a berry or a raspberry or a lemon. When you look at the magazine, the people that hold this up and make money off the farmers also, they're all included in agribusiness. And people want the city of Oxnard to do something. Those people need to step up. Some of the biggest legal firms in the county, some of the biggest accounting firms in the county, some of the biggest fuel distributors in the county, some of the biggest cardboard box distributors in the county, some of the biggest processors in the county. Those aren't farmers. Those are professional people. So when we label it, everyone should step up. And I'm slightly deviating here, but when I hear people from school organizations talking about, we need to do this, we need to do that, what are they doing? What are they doing? They want us to give a portion of a budget. I understand that. But I'd like to know that they will match it, double it, 50% of it, more than just lip service. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Parlow. We'll go to the next item on the agenda. This is item G, report of city council members. And if we can try to please limit our comments to 3 minutes. I know there's a lot we probably individually have to say. I will start with Councilwoman Perez to my left. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor, for the recognition. I first want to start my report by, again, reaffirming and publicly condemning the raids that we've seen throughout our city and throughout our county, and my commitment to safety and dignity of all residents, regardless of immigration status. Just wanting to reaffirm that, as I have shared statements in previous city council reports. But I also just want to be very clear that I know where I come from, and I'm proud of where I come from. I'm a product of strong, hardworking farm worker community members in my family. I work alongside them directly outside of my role as I serve in the city council capacity. And I know that working directly with them, and as I have many of them in my family, these are human beings. They contribute to our food supply, and I know that this will have direct economic ripples and have a significant impact on everybody. I also wanted to share that I have also directed support to investigate joining the ACLU lawsuit and also seeking additional funding opportunities to support the efforts that are happening in our community. I also want to segue into another topic tonight, as we've heard from many speakers early on, that I'd also like to direct staff to develop a resolution to support the Polluters Pay Climate Superfund Act of 2025 to be agendized and presented at our next city council meeting in September. Now I'll move on to the work that's directly happening in my district. Last Thursday, I really wanted to applaud the work of our city staff, all of the nonprofits in the area that are really going out into the community and providing direct aid, resources, basic needs. We had our backpack distribution at Southwinds last Thursday, where now we are able to support many of our community members there directly. I also wanted to thank our city staff and all of our community members who showed up last Saturday for our bulky item drop-off in the Redwood neighborhood. I'm looking forward to more events like that throughout our district. I also wanted to share that internally we are planning an upcoming smoke detector installation event specifically to serve residents in South Oxnard, and this initiative aims to increase home preparedness and safety, as there's just so much data around highlighting the increase of home fires specifically impacting our South Oxnard community members. The last thing I wanted to share is that this Thursday marks the final week of our Summer Youth Academy. This is the first cohort for 2025, where many of our youth had the opportunity to spend the entire summer learning from various city departments, learning who are the people that are actually working behind the scenes to keep our city going, and really gaining firsthand experience on how local government operates. So definitely looking forward to our final presentations that are happening this Friday. And the last thing I'll say is that Cal Giesler Neighborhood Council will be meeting Wednesday, August 20th at 6 p.m. Location is Harrington Elementary School, 451 East Olive Street. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Mr. Perillo?
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate all the people that have the passion and come and take the time away from other things they could be doing to come to speak in public comment. But I'd like to second one comment specifically that Councilman Perez made. I know who I am and I'm proud of where I come from. I also support Councilmember Perez's request for the issue on the power. The number escapes me right now. But one thing I want to share, the joining of the ACLU lawsuit. The people that support and are members of the ACLU are the ones that do that. I've been a member since I was 18. I don't appreciate some of the name calling that's been going on tonight, and it happens at these types of meetings, but our council has got to get a lot better at running a meeting, because when you get a little out of control, it's real hard to get it back in control. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perillo. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I first appreciate every speaker who came out tonight and took time out of their lives to be here and share their thoughts with their local government on important issues that are affecting all of us directly or indirectly. I'll just start with comments that were directed toward me. I'm disappointed the folks who made them had to leave, but I'm sure they'll rewatch this later. For the speaker who had a "I will not comply" shirt, we may disagree on a number of things, but we have one thing in common. I will not comply either. In that I took an oath to defend the Constitution, and I believe that people's constitutional rights are being violated by the federal government in a number of ways. So I will not comply with the targeting and terrorizing of hundreds of our neighbors, our loved ones, our fellow community members. Speaking candidly, if the MAGA crowd is getting activated by my actions to the point that they're starting to make things up about me, I must be doing something right. They can make up whatever BS stories about me they'd like. They can call me whatever names they can think of. They can come at me with all the vitriol they have. Because if they're focusing all of that energy on me, that means that's that much less energy being focused on our community members who are being targeted and living in fear by our federal government and federal actions. Yes, this is a federal issue, but they've brought it to our home, to our community. The federal government has brought it to our doorstep and affected our neighbors. And I grew up in Oxnard. You come to our community and you F around, be ready to find out. And we cannot hold people accountable in these positions of power if we can't see their faces and we don't know their names and they have no obligation to identify themselves. No matter which side of the issue you're on, I hope you can see the constitutional and the democratic issues with that. If we cannot hold our government accountable when they violate people's rights or they go too far, is that truly a democracy? I think we ventured into something else at that point, and I hope people on both sides of the issue can see that slippery slope. As the saying goes, who's going to be left to speak for you when everybody else has been taken away? So lastly on that, the mayor has, I'll allow him to update this if he'd like, but he did hold a meeting with our community-based organizations and others who are working on this issue, and I appreciate him doing that. I was out of town for my day job and couldn't attend, but I do intend to be present for the next gathering, and I would like to continue work that we've initiated in an upcoming community education and awareness opportunity by those community-based organizations meant for the public and those who they are serving. Lastly, this Thursday, I'll be at Wagon Wheel Park, 5:30 to 7 p.m. As a part of my community conversations events that I do every summer. So that's this Thursday at Wagon Wheel Park, 5:30 to 7, and then Saturday during the day at Orchard Park, 1 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. I invite the public, please come out. I've had some great conversations this past week with folks at my first two events, or my most recent two events, and I invite the public to join as well, and we can continue those conversations. I'll take questions, I'll take complaints, I'll take compliments too if you want to bring them. But I'll be there at those times for anyone who'd like to come by. And last thing, Mayor, when we do interpretation at the podium, I'm hoping that we can consider having a second microphone there, so that way the individual who's speaking in the language that's being interpreted can be heard on the microphone and on the record as well. Thank you.
Good idea. Yeah. We'll go to Councilwoman Basua.
Thank you. Today was awfully hard for me to sit here and listen, but I want to say I was back and forth there for a bit. In my 9 to 5, I do work for the city of Port Hueneme, and I was getting texts regarding the tsunami, and I had to deal with some work things in the back. So I wasn't trying to be disrespectful or anything, but I do have a responsibility to my job and to keep that community safe, along with the community that I serve and I live in. So, so if you saw me back and forth, that's what I was doing. I wasn't trying to be disrespectful. The comments that were said today, some of them were, showed a lot of hatred in our community. And it's that hatred that I saw today that makes me extremely sad, but extremely angry, and makes me want to do even more for the community that I live in. I also, like my fellow council member, I also know who I am. I also know where I came from. I am a proud American. I come from immigrant parents. They are what I have always said is the American dream. And for the first time ever, I've really have to take a seat back and ask myself, who am I and what do I stand for? And I stand for what's right. And today we heard somebody reciting Our Father. Well, I'm kind of the wrong person to recite religion to, because if we really look of where religion comes, religion says that we must take care of each other and we must protect those that are the most vulnerable of our community. So when someone comes and recites religion here, to me it's very offensive, because if they even had a clue what that means, they come into our community, even if they live in our community, they really should not be talking about Christianity or anything like that, because what the Trump administration stands for is not what God would like us to be. So that was extremely hard for me to sit there and listen to. I condemn what ICE has done. They have ripped families apart, and their only crime has been that they've come to this great country and want to put, beans and tortillas. And I go to beans and tortillas because growing up, we're very poor, and that's what we got. We got beans and tortillas. We were lucky to get meat. And that's been the only crime, to try to feed their kids, put clothing, on their bodies and shoes and have them go to school. So I really want to have an open dialogue with our administration to see what we can do and what we can do legally within our taxpayers. We have a lot of organizations that I really respect doing a lot of great work. But right now is the time for all of us to come together as a union, regardless of what we think is right and wrong. And this is where we get to show what leadership is about within Oxnard. So I look to our city staff. I'd like to open up that dialogue. I know, speaking to our city manager just a bit, space, he said that's probably the easiest thing to do. The rest, I heard you all loud and clear, but we also have to really take a look of what we are allowed to do in order not to damage our community more. So I hope that we can come back. I know we're going to be going dark in August. So I'm not sure when we can come back and discuss this, maybe offline. I know the mayor has started some dialogue with some outside groups. Maybe that's where the conversation goes. But my message today here is I hear you loud and clear. I've been hearing you loud and clear. The situation that our families are facing are real. And it's very, very heartbreaking. And I know our community is in a lot of pain. And I just want to say I'm behind you the whole way. And there is no room for hatred. And for those people that come in here and they just want to fight and hatred, please stay home. There's just no place for that here. At least never, ever. So those are my comments, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Thank you. Councilmember Starr?
So I think last time we had this conversation on the subject, we I mentioned are getting involved in the court system. And I don't know if we can join the ACLU lawsuit. I suspect we can't without their permission. But I think what we can do, and I suggested last time, if it's still an option, is we should look at whether to file an amicus brief, a friend of the court brief, stating our position as a city and where we'd like to see the court go with that decision. So that's something I think that we can do that is, not too costly and makes a stand and doesn't break the law in doing it. I'm very concerned about proposals that might require us to get into a gray area or of the law, or maybe even break it. I don't want to do that. I think that, there's many laws I disagree with, but I don't think we can break them. I think we have to follow those laws. One thing that kind of moved me, besides all the other comments that we received today, I was really particularly moved by Rebecca Martin's comments about the death of her dog to that pit bull. I know that the city is working with her on that. I think Commander McAlpine, who oversees animal officers, I think he's working with Rebecca on this. But I think we may be really limited for what we can do, at least as far as the state law is concerned. I wonder if we have any authority to create our own ordinance that can deal with dangerous dogs that might be a little bit more robust than state law. So I would request that staff look and see if that's an option or if it's something that's completely precluded by state law. Our personal things that I've been doing, on July 17th, I participated in the making of a video by the city to promote the new Breckie Tot Playground in West Village Park. And I think we're doing a lot of great work renewing our parks and happy to be part of that and promoting that. On July 19th, I attended a tour that was hosted by the Channel Islands Neighborhood Council members, gave me a tour of the harbor to discuss possible remediation opportunities there because the water quality has been very poor since the power plant has been shut down and they can't get the circulation they need to keep the water in great condition. And I will be attending the National Night Out on August 5th at the East Village Park. So if you happen to be there, please say hi. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Starr. Councilwoman?
Well, I don't think anybody here on the dais is against helping and supporting the many families who have been impacted by the ice raids. And as I said in my last comments, it's really hard to be in this position where we want to support and our heart is there, and we see the hurt, we see the pain, and we just want to be very strategic as to how we do that support without hurting and jeopardizing future funding or opportunities. I know I shared the proposed budget from the executive office, and things aren't looking good, at least for education, and I work at a community college. Some of our federal funding is changing, and that's just a reality that we face right now. So I did have the opportunity of attending the meeting that the mayor called with several community groups who are here in the room, and I completely respect. I've been at the table, and I want to demonstrate my support. So how do we do so without jeopardizing, without hurting more than we are helping? So I look forward to continuing and being constructive in those conversations and making sure that we find pathways to supporting all community members here in Oxnard, not just some community folks. And we need your help. So we're here. We want to co-create and to help us do better. That's part of my message that I shared last time. I've been volunteering my time to do the food distribution at Oxnard College, and I will tell you that this last weekend, we served 333 families. And I had to turn probably 20 families away. And that's heartbreaking when there's people in strollers and babies in strollers, and that is not fun, right? Telling somebody, I'm sorry, you have to choose between, bread, milk, and eggs, or fruits and some veggies, right? One bag of food is not enough for the family needs. So unfortunately, I feel like it's the calm before the storm. And even though there is a call for resources and funding and a lot of things, we're going to need all of us. And so I commend all the volunteers who are doing the work, all the folks who are at the front lines and being responsive and bubbling up the needs that the community has. So please, squeaky wheel gets the oil. Please don't stop sharing what you see on the ground. We need to hear that. You are our eyes and ears in the community. But I'll be there on supporting the efforts as much as I possibly can. I want to thank Roger Poirier and Angela Whitecomb for the District 4 meeting that they had on the 17th of July. We had a great turnout. Some of the different councils were able to have their elections. We had great presentations from our police on fireworks. We had great presentations from the different departments and specifically in street sweeping and trash pickup routes, and constituents were able to get some of their questions answered, and code enforcement. So thank you all so much for coming together as a community in District 4. I look forward to doing the National Night Out on Tuesday. And I also attended the Cowboys, several of us attended the Cowboys opening ceremony. So I know that that's a great economic impact. And something that I didn't hear earlier from the speakers was the economic impact that undocumented folks contribute to Ventura County. That's $8 billion with a B, and they don't pull back funding back to themselves. And Ventura and Santa Barbara County, I know Dr. Demui at Cal Lutheran did this research. There's $13 billion that are contributed to this economy. So I'll end my comments with that. But again, I do want to be at the table. I want to problem solve, but I don't want to hurt more than I help.
Yeah. Thank you, Councilwoman. And I'll wrap up with, many of you know where I stand on the issue, right? I've advocated time and time again through in-person meetings at various forums, through videos, and for me, come from a world of policing, I certainly understand the challenges with enforcing our immigration laws and the importance of them. But at the same time, it has to be done with due process, with compassion, with understanding. And we're seeing a lot of insensitivity, a lot of aggressive actions, and we're seeing the consequences of that. One thing that doesn't make it is a number of letters I've written on behalf of those that have been detained, that I've learned about, advocating for their release so that they can reunite with their children, and so that they have that process. Because kids, and we're seeing that, especially us in government, we're seeing the cases where kids are being left at home, and there isn't that consideration of that. So I've written a number of letters, put myself out there, because that's what leaders do, fighting for what's right for people. As we heard, I think Willie mentioned that even if you look at coming in the legal way, that there is no legal passage right now. It's difficult, especially when you recognize how quickly life goes by and people need services right now, so they risk everything to come to this country. And we are all the sons and daughters of immigrants who are now represented in all professional disciplines, contributing significant to the economy, to the culture, and to just the fabric of this community in this country. And so we have been pleading, urging for a referendum to our immigration laws, a pathway to citizenship that makes those that have stable jobs that have been here for a number of years contributing and have done nothing wrong other than just seeking opportunities and coming not to take work, but to do work and create jobs through entrepreneurship. And so that's where I stand, and people, I think, know that. And one of the reasons I've called and initiated meetings with various key stakeholders in our city, we started one, but we are going to have a series of them. The next one's coming up next Monday, is to have those robust discussions at those meetings, we had our city manager, we had our police chief, to just simply lay the foundation as to what is within the purview, what is within the scope of local government to do, and what can the police do, and have those hard discussions, because we've heard, well, we need the police to protect us. Well, then let's hear from the police chief. Let's talk about what that looks like. What someone's asking when they say, help the police protect us, well then, okay, what does it look like exactly? And so we're having those discussions with those key leaders within our community so we can start there, lay the foundation, and then discuss what we can do. I know that a lot of the speakers have left, and hopefully they'll see our statements here through social media, on YouTube. But I know that I've had private conversations with our executive leaders in our city to discuss before this meeting what we can do as a community, potentially setting money aside for advocacy, for legal assistance that is long-lasting beyond just right now supporting food distribution, which I get is important, but that will run out. What can be long-lasting that can outlive us, for example? And that is what we're talking about. But much to the city manager's point, is it's not just us, but and what I stood up to do is I'm going to go out and speak with ag and other private businesses to see if we can't get some endowments. Something, if we provide some money, some seed money, then they should supplement it, because these are their employees that we're talking about, right? It's a $2.4 billion industry, and I think Mr. Perello talked about what else that means. It's not just ag, but everything else that supports that. They can contribute something so that we can have potentially a $2 million operating fund annually to do advocacy, legal work for families and be supportive in that endeavor. So that is something that we've already started to work on and we're looking at. So I'm hoping that people that came here and spoke can see that we're already working on these issues. To move away from that a little bit, I was honored to be invited by Councilwoman Rodriguez to speak with the TRIO group at Cal State Channel Islands. I always think that's an opportunity when you see young leaders that are now experiencing college life during the summer, still high school students. I think it's important for us to go and speak with them directly. So I never turned those opportunities down, so I was glad I was able to do that. I also went to the Channel Islands Maritime Museum. They celebrated their 60th anniversary. It was Tacos and Tales, where they talked about the history of the Channel Islands, how that came about, and people that have been residents of that neighborhood for a significant time brought out pictures and so forth. And it was a great conversation to have and learn more about the Channel Islands Maritime Museum. Also, I've been to several ribbon cuttings, which I think are important, those ceremonial things that a mayor can do to promote the entrepreneur spirit and be just supportive. Also, I know Councilwoman Rodriguez talked about the Dallas Cowboys being here. I spoke there and had the opportunity to make some remarks and accept a $25,000 check that came into our city. People just look at that, well, that's $25,000, you're accepting that from a billionaire. But what the Dallas Cowboys, as I mentioned there, they can go anywhere in the world and have their practice, but they choose to come to Oxnard. And some of you that saw a couple council meetings ago, I was very excited and supported by our council to have the Cowboys here. We were able to secure a 5-year contract. And what that means for us is just the boost into our economy. You see the hotels are full. I know because I've had personal conversations with a lot of these GMs from these hotels. The Airbnbs in our area are just full. And that's great. That's great for business. It's bringing tourists here to our city. And also talks about how service-oriented we are. Because if you look at that training side, there's a lot of work that goes into it, from security, from the police out there providing protection services, all the way to our rec department being out there, and all the nonprofits that are out there operating. I think it's just great that we have them here, and that we're going to have them here for another 5 years. I think it's a great thing for our city. I've gone out to the Hollywood Beach Mobile Home Park and had some great discussions there with that community. And as Councilmember Starr mentioned, we're talking about the 11 new playground upgrades that we're doing to our parks. And just lastly, our skate park, I had an opportunity to have about an hour-long meeting with our city manager talking about where we are with the skate park, and was able to see the drafts with that skate park that's going to be located at Del Sol Park. And that's going to be Olympic quality, and we're bringing that here to our city, where in the future we can have tournaments there. It's going to be accessible for those that are disabled, those that are on a wheelchair. It's going to be the first in the Western United States to be, and it's going to be right here in our city. So we are doing a lot of great things, the day-to-day operations of our city. So those are a lot of the great things that are going, and certainly the beautification projects that we are still, thanks to Director Michael Wolf and the other executive leadership team, we are slowly beautifying our city through the maintenance of our green spaces, a landscape, we're doing the wayfinding signs that are just modernizing our city. We're pushing to get digital signs. I mean, we are really pushing to try to modernize our city and make it better, because I think that's what local government can do, is enhance the quality of life for all of us. And so I'm very proud to be pushing that forward. And I'll just end with that. But thank you, all council members, for contributing. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
So, Mayor, we're coming up on 10 o'clock, so if we're going to get to the consent agenda,
Thank you. Yeah.
probably want to have a motion before you launch
I
it.
was just going to say that.
Thank you, Mayor Pro
I
Tem.
note that we have our consent agenda, two public hearings, and 3 report items, so I'd move that we go past 10 o'clock.
Is there a second?
I'll second. Second.
Madam Clerk, call for the vote.
Mayor MacArthur,
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo,
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Starr,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran,
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua,
Yes.
and this motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we'll go to the next item on the agenda. This is the review of this is the consent agenda. Do any council members have any consent agendas they wish to discuss? Two and five. Okay. Councilmember Sarni?
Number 3 as well.
Does a council member want to make a motion to approve the other items? Yes, Madam Clerk, are there any speakers?
Mayor and council members, we do not have any public speakers for the information and consent agenda. Thank you.
Thank you.
I make a motion to approve the rest of the agenda minus the ones that have been pulled.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I call for the vote. It's for items to approve 1, 4, 6, 7.
Thank you. Mayor MacArthur,
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo, Councilwoman Bettis,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Starr,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran,
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua. And this motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to, it's number 2 on the consent agenda. This is from the City Attorney Department. The subject's disposal of confiscated and impounded and unclaimed property ordinance. The recommendation is that the City Council adopt Ordinance 3066, titled Ordinance of the City of Oxnard, California, amending Article 3 of Chapter 7 of the Oxnard City Code regarding disposal of confiscated, impounded, and unclaimed property. The Community Services, Public Safety, and Housing Development Committee approved this back on June 24, 2025, with a vote of 3-0. We'll go to you, Councilmember Burperl.
Yes, thank you. The only question I have for our city attorney is on the first page. It says, additionally, as a result of Senate Bill 946 and Senate Bill 972, there are little to no consequences that an individual simply ignores the previous mentioned administrative citations or refuses to provide identification. And can you just explain what those two are? Senate Bill 946 and Senate Bill 972.
Yes, happy to.
And when you're done, I'd like to just read some of the information, because it's a tremendous report. Go ahead.
For both of those Senate bills, the result of them made it so that individuals that are vending both property as well as food products, as a result of those bills previously, a city was able to move forward with violations that were more than an administrative citation. So for instance, going the route of criminal prosecution. As a result of these Senate bills, all that was left that a city could possibly move forward with is an administrative citation. The bill goes so far as to state that not only can a city only do an administrative citation, but if for whatever reason an individual decides that they don't want to pay the citation, there's little to no repercussions. There is a portion of the bill that allows for a reduction, but if the individual just doesn't want to pay for it, the bill allows for no further repercussions. So for here, for the city to be able to comply with this ordinance, instead of moving forward because of the individuals being vendors, we've decided to approach it through fire code violations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Good. I appreciate that very much. And the reason I'd like to cover a few of these things that have been given in the report, a lot of residents will say they're not bothering anything. You know, they wouldn't be there if they weren't making money and they weren't servicing the public. But the city of Oxnard is having to deal with some instances, and I'd like to share them with the public. These are real deals. On March 29, 2022, a taco van caught fire, causing propane tanks to explode and rip through the roof and sides of the van. The 30101 was shut down at Canal Grade. That wasn't in Oxnard, but that's a tip of the iceberg, ladies and gentlemen. On June 26, 2022, an unpermitted food vendor's propane tank exploded and injured 2 people. One victim, who was critically injured, was sent to the Grossman Burn Center in Los Angeles, and the other was sent to St. John's Regional Medical Center. On November 29, 2023, a customer of an unpermitted food vending operation was struck and killed by a hit-and-run driver as he crossed Hueneme Road at Perkins Road. On March 22nd of 2024, a drunk driver collided with an unpermitted food vendor stand on a sidewalk near the Channel Islands Boulevard bus stop at the Centerpoint Mall, just west of Saviors Road. The Oxnard Police Department responded and the driver was arrested for a DUI and 2 were injured. On January 4th, 2025, there was a traffic collision involving a food vendor. A vehicle failed to stop at a red light and collided with several patrons outside of Ruby's Cafe, 348 South Oxnard Boulevard, right in downtown. The vehicles collided with a hot dog cart and careened into a tree. A total of 3 pedestrians, including the hot dog vendor and one of the vehicle's occupants, were injured and transported to Ventura County Medical Center and Los Robles hospitals with minor to moderate injuries. On March 26, 2025, an unpermitted food stand vendor was struck by debris from a train versus a semi-truck collision at Rice Avenue and 5th Street. The vendor was taken to the area hospital in critical conditions. Officials said, while severe, her injuries were not considered life-threatening. Additionally, over the last several years, there have been numerous reports of Ventura County Environmental Health and Oxnard residents being sickened with food-borne illnesses. This is directly related to the unsafe and unhygienic food preparation associated with these unpermitted food operations. In fiscal year 24-25, HERO enforcement efforts resulted in the removal of the following items: 32 gas-powered generators, 53 open flame grills removed, 111 propane bottles impounded, and 89 civil citations have been issued. I want to thank the city for putting this together in the report, and that is one reason I support this tremendously. Ladies and gentlemen, just because they're there working and they are providing a service in your mind to help people eat and possibly make money for the corporation, for the companies that are doing it, doesn't mean that it's safe. It doesn't mean that it's healthy. And the city is tied because of the Senate Bill 947 and Senate Bill 972 with what they can do. So, thank you, that's all. And if no other comments, I'd make a motion to approve this.
Are there any public speakers for this item, Madam Clerk?
Mayor and council members, we do not have any public speakers for the information and consent agenda. Thank you.
Thank
I'll
you.
second that. The motion on the table.
Thank you. If there's no further comments, a call for the vote?
Councilmember Perallo? Yes. Councilwoman Bettis?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilmember Starr?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua?
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur?
Yes,
And the motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
thank you. We'll go now to number 3. This is from the city attorney. Subject prohibition of nitrous oxide ordinance. The recommendations that the city council adopt an ordinance 3065 titled Ordinance of the City of Oxnard, California, adding Article 27 to Chapter 7 to the Oxnard City Code pertaining to the prohibition of nitrous oxide. The Community Services, Public Safety, and Housing Development Committee approved this back on June 24, 2025, with a vote of 3-0. And we'll go to you, Councilmember Starr. I think you pulled this one.
Right. Mostly, I just want to have a separate vote on this to vote no on it. But my position is really unchanged. I don't think that we should be regulating the activities of adults for what they put in their bodies voluntarily, even though I think it's stupid for them to do it. I think they have the right to do that. So I think in a free society, you don't regulate these sorts of things. So I just want that opportunity to say that. I'll be voting no when this comes for a vote.
Well, I move the recommended action.
Second.
Any public speakers for this item, Madam Clerk, before we go to Mayor Pro Tem for comment?
Mayor and council members, we do not have any public speakers on J3. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate Councilmember Starr's comments and clarifying his position and stating he'll be a no vote on this. I just would like to pose what I mentioned last time, that there's plenty of research behind the historical planning deficits that have happened in cities, where, especially cities of low socioeconomic status or communities of color, where tobacco and alcohol outlets have been in higher density, and that access and exposure at a young age solidifies or creates more of a norm of early initiation of substance use, which leads to this and then this and then this. Aside from that, though, just looking at Oxnard specifically, I wanted to look at a little bit of data on this, and out of the licensed tobacco retail outlets that we have in the city of Oxnard, I believe we're in the 130s. Based on the information I received from staff, approximately 1 in every 5 of the tobacco outlets, which is where these products are appearing, approximately 1 in every 5 appears in District 3. We have a fairly high concentration of tobacco outlets in the council member's district. He also represents the Colonia neighborhood and Rose Park neighborhoods, which have historically had a number of challenges, generational challenges that they've had to face, substance use being one of them. This is an example of government trying to be proactive about something before it becomes wildfire. Note that we are seeing these items, these devices in the city of Oxnard, in the other communities that surround us. How much of an issue are they seeing there? Maybe if we move forward and do this prohibition, perhaps the market might migrate there. I don't know what it'll look like in higher income communities, but I suspect it won't be what we see now. But I only bring up that information that 1 in every 5 tobacco outlets does fall within District 3, and just wanted to give that context to Councilmember Starr, because there are people who elected him who are not just adults who are doing quote unquote stupid things with their own bodies, but there are minors plenty who live within all of our districts, but are certainly in the neighborhoods where there's this high density of tobacco outlets and are being exposed to these particular nitrous oxide devices. So just wanted to add that context for his consideration. I don't anticipate convincing him otherwise, but I thought that was important to state for his thoughts on this matter. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Madam Clerk, call for the vote. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, sorry, Mayor.
No, it's okay.
I just wanted to get it just a little bit more clarification from Councilmember Starr. He said that he doesn't want to, tell anybody what to do or impede on, tell them what to do with their bodies.
Certainly in their own homes.
Well, so my question is, I know that homeless has been one of your issues, so should we not try to combat that either?
I think we should try and combat homelessness.
So I'm just trying to figure out, as far as where you're coming from. It's not okay to regulate this, but it's okay to regulate homeless.
I think there's plenty of examples where we've got habits, maybe some people on this dais have them, that are bad for their health. I mean, fast food restaurants, horrible. And I don't think that any of us here is advocating that we ban fast food. And we have, I guess the mayor pro tem would. But I would ban it for me personally. I think I have a right to decide that fast food's bad for me. I definitely think that fast food's bad for almost everybody. But I don't think that I should regulate that and tell people they can't make those choices. It's really clear that diabetes is a problem and people do not take good care of themselves. And that concerns me a lot more than nitrous oxide.
Okay, I just was trying to, get some kind of clarity on, Councilmember Starr on where he stands. So, thank you.
No problem. Madam Clerk, call for the vote.
Councilwoman Bettis,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez,
Aye.
Councilmember Starr,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran,
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua,
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur,
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo, and this motion carries 6-1 with Councilmember Starr voting no. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to item 5 on the consent agenda. Bless you. This is from the Community Development Department. Good night, Commander. Subject, Casa de Carmen, the Oxnard Navigation Center Public Open Space Agreement. The recommendation that the City Council approve and authorize the city manager to execute a public plaza operations agreement between the city and Second and BLP for the provision of public open space for the Casa de Carmen project located at 241 West Second Street. This item did not originate a committee. And we'll go to you, Councilmember Perello.
Just two questions. On the second paragraph of page 45, last line, will collectively improve civic opportunities downtown. What do we define as civic opportunities? And the reason I ask that, Mr. Pearson, is because later on the next page, we're talking about the agreement generally outlines that the plaza shall be open from dawn to dusk. However, alternative hours may be proposed by the property owner. And so the reason I'm asking, is there a specific, the city of Oxnard, as one of 7 council members, if somebody talks about civic opportunities, that I will know what that is? And how does it tie into, we have a opportunity for something to be open from dawn to dusk, but the property owner can have it changed? How does that work?
So Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Perallo, in terms of civic opportunities, that's a broad kind of definition. So it generally includes, as we look at this type of space, just a gathering space for people to come together, interact with individuals in their community. It could have a much broader definition in terms of, events and things like that. Obviously, this is a much smaller plaza, so this is just going to include a small seating area. So really the intent here is more just as that gathering space, again, for people to interact with people in their community. As it relates to the hours, so generally the intent is to have it open from dawn to dusk. It is still private property, so since there's going to be residences as well as the shelter there on the ground floor, we want to have some hours limitations placed on it. The property owner can propose alternative hours, however, those do have to be approved by the city.
Okay, thank you. One follow-up, maybe it's for police or legal. If that area is closed, is open dawn to dusk, and as we have some places in our city, it's a brand-new facility here, people start sleeping there, what, will they be in violation of law, or is it a matter of the property owner having to complain?
I would say, unless somebody else has anything else to add, but they would literally or generally be trespassing on private property at that point because the plaza is only available to them during those hours. So this agreement only requires that they allow the public to use it during those established hours.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for answering my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam, thank you, Councilmember Perla. Are there any public speakers for this item, Madam Clerk?
Mayor and council members, we do not have any public speakers for J5. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Stark? you have a
Yeah, I
comment?
have some questions too.
Sure, go ahead.
So I see this as a 56-unit mixed-use apartment building, but with only 10 parking spaces. I'm just kind of wondering, where will everyone else get to park?
So, Councilman Starr, in regards to the project itself, so that project is already under construction. So the reason why the parking was eliminated is pursuant to state density bonus law. So our downtown code does have reduced parking requirements. However, this project, because it's 100% affordable, they are also eligible for density bonus provisions, which actually eliminated all required parking for the residential units. They still provided those 10 spaces. There was one space required for the shelter, and that is per our current Oxnard City Code. But as of right now, under state density bonus law, they're not required to provide any parking spaces.
So can we prohibit tenancy to anyone who owns a car, or?
No, I would say no.
What?
There would be street parking, right?
There's street parking available. There was a study done for the downtown area that generally showed that there was parking available, which is why the downtown code also included parking reductions built into it. But then also there's been recent state laws that have essentially eliminated parking requirements within a half mile of the transit center.
Okay. I noticed that the landscape standard condition number 26 on page 68 requires that, I guess, the developer approve of the formation of an assessment district to maintain the landscape improvements.
Yeah. So, Councilman Starr, in relation to these conditions are not part of what's.
I see, that was earlier.
Yeah, so this was approved.
That's just for reference.
Yes.
Okay, got it. So, out of curiosity, what would be the impact if we voted no on this proposal?
Yeah, so currently the downtown code has that requirement in there. So they're still required to provide that public open space. The condition as currently written requires them to enter into this agreement. So they would have to come back, or we'd have to potentially make changes to that agreement.
Okay. All right, thank you.
What's the pleasure of council on this item? Thank you. Seeing there's no speakers, Madam Clerk, call for the vote.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilmember Starr?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua?
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis?
Yes.
And this motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a time and place set for public hearing on item K1 from Community Development, from the Community Development Department. Subject, subdivision to combine 3 existing lots into one lot, 1.3 acre parcel, vacating existing easements and right-of-way, and granting of new easements to the city of Oxnard to allow for adaptive reuse of an existing development into a 20-unit apartment complex located at 2929 through 2931 Albany Drive. The recommendation is that the City Council, 1, conduct a public hearing regarding the property located at the intersection of Channels Boulevard and Albany Drive. 2, find the project to be exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, otherwise known as CEQA, pursuant to sections 15315 and 15332, minor land and division infill development projects of the CEQA guidelines, and 3, adopt a resolution approving planning and zoning permit number 24-300-03 for a tentative subdivision map, subject to required findings and conditions of approval. This item did not originate in committee, and I see Jeff Bengili from the community, the Director of Community Development is here. City Clerk, regarding the certification, publication, of written communication, can you advise?
Mayor and council members, there was a legal notice published in Be the Newspaper on July 17th, and the city clerk's office has received no written communications on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do any council members have any ex parte communications or other disclosures regarding this matter to state for the record?
No.
Members of the public were invited to sign up to speak on this item on the city's website, and a person who did not sign up may do so now by submitting a speaker card or following the instructions posted on the agenda for this meeting and at the city's website, oxnard.org/city-meetings. Associated Planner Juan Carlos Cortez posted a video presentation regarding this item and is available to answer any brief clarifying questions council members may have before we take public testimony on this item. The council will deliberate after the public hearing has been closed. Do any council members have any questions at this time? We'll start with Councilmember Starr, then move to Councilmember Perlow.
Sure. Will the property owners retain ownership of the alley and be responsible for its future upkeep?
So Councilman Starr, in regards to the future alley, it would be an easement over that alley, so they would be responsible for maintenance, but we would have public access over it.
Okay. So on page 290, it says, the applicant requests a concession to allow for less than the minimum required railroad setback of 85 feet for new habitable structures from the nearest railroad track pursuant to Oxnard General Plan Safety and Health Hazards Element Noise Consideration Development Review Goal SH 6.12, blah, blah, blah. The applicant proposes to construct the residential project with a 15-foot, 4-inch clearance from the railroad tracks to habitable areas. I'm just surprised that someone would be willing to live 15 feet from a railroad track, and how would this not have an adverse impact upon public health and safety?
So, Councilman Starr, in regards to that, the applicant did have to prepare a noise study, which looked at noise from the railroad. Also, this railroad is one of the lower used railroads, so there's not a lot of traffic coming through there. Also, many of the trains coming through there are also moving at a much slower speed. So the amount of noise being generated by this railroad is not as much as you would see on our kind of railroad here along Oxnard Boulevard. Also, they're still subject to compliance with the noise regulation, so interior noise levels are still required to comply with our regulation, which I believe is 45 decibels within the structure. So they still have to comply with that. And then they've also built the sound wall as well as some other mitigations to keep the noise levels down in those residences.
Okay. And I guess no concerns about, I mean, you got an intersection here where the train, if the train crashes into a vehicle, Channel Islands Boulevard, is there any concern about derailment being an issue that could, being that it's going to be so close?
Yep. So, Councilman Starr, in regards to that, again, the trains coming through there are also moving at a much slower speed. So you're not seeing, again, the kind of high rates of speed. While there's always the potential for accidents, at least at staff level, we don't believe that that would be a major concern here.
Okay. And on page 294, under noise-sensitive receptors, there's a discussion that includes community noise equivalent levels, and I know what decibels are. I was just wondering if you can kind of educate us on community noise equivalent levels, what that is.
So that's generally the same concept. So it just kind of looks at the existing noise levels in the area, but when we're talking about the 45 and 65, we're still talking about decibels.
So what is, so 65, so if it says, I guess the proposed development is required to comply with the maximum exterior noise levels of 65 CNEL. So 65 CNEL is 65 decibels?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Perillo, do you have a question?
The only question I have on your PowerPoint slide, the Measure M 395, we're listing the Planning Commission background. And the very last bullet point, it says trash room and trash enclosure areas. And I'm wondering, will these trash enclosure areas be seagull-proof, having a roof and fencing around it? Because several of our neighborhoods where there's apartments or multi-unit, it becomes a war zone with the seagulls. We're close to the ocean. Once they learn that there's a potential for food there, they go for it. Now, mind you, I do know that the residents don't often close the doors, so that's an issue. But will there be a requirement that there are some sort of caging to prevent the birds, flying rats, from getting in there?
Councilmember Perillo, so yes, our standard requirement for new trash enclosures is that they have roofs as well as mesh around the sides to prevent any types of animals or birds from entering into the enclosure.
That's great to hear. And Mayor?
Yes.
If that that's for new building to do that.
Councilmember Perillo, yes.
Maybe we can look in the future to potentially get that for a lot of the apartments that don't have that, where they have enclosures. I'm sure several of my council members, because I have areas in my district where that would be a big benefit. Future agenda item of some kind.
We'll put that. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. And to Councilmember Perillo's point, so our city staff, as an example of what he was just referring to, have worked with property owners in making improvements to secure their trash enclosures when they are targets of not only animals getting in there, but also for illegal dumping. And I would point out to folks to look at Oxnard Boulevard between Glenwood and Gonzalez Road. Behind the strip of businesses there's a few restaurants. There was a vacant building for some time that had a trash enclosure that was literally just 3 walls, no doors, no roof. And just when I came onto the council, just a hotbed for illegal dumping. And the first time I went to go look at it at the recommendation of residents, I mean, you had to walk through the trash. There was just so much of it. And so just consistent 301 reports got it cleaned up, but the property owners, and there were 2 enclosures that had that situation, to their credit, did replace those trash enclosures to the degree that Mr. Pearson was referring, where there's now steel doors that lock and a roof and grating around the top of the roof. And that has made all the difference. And there's a few others that come to mind with that, but that was the first one where I saw that really works. When people do secure their trash enclosures, they are less attractive to folks for illegal dumping, but also not as accessible for animals or the flying rats, as Councilor Perillo has lovingly referred to seagulls, which I don't disagree with, but they are protected birds, so let's keep that in mind as well. So anyways, yeah, I appreciate that description. Yeah, I appreciate that description. Thank you.
Our Oxnard bird, a flying rat. Just kidding. I appreciate Mr. Torres' report. Familiar with the area, Mr. Starr, that trains very infrequently pass through. I can't remember ever having a train wreck at Albany or anywhere in CI. There's a lot of, I think the Woodcrest apartment complex is there, Chalmers High School is nearby, so that the train is really not a concern. But thanks for bringing up that question. Madam Clerk, are there any speakers? Well, I'll now open up the public testimony portion of this public hearing. Speakers have 3 minutes to speak on this item. Anyone wishing to speak on the public hearing, please come forward and or fill out a speaker card. Or if you are joining us virtually, please press *9 to raise your hand. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers for this item?
Mayor and council members, we do not have any public speakers on this public hearing item. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no additional speakers, then we will close the public hearing to the public. The public hearing is not closed. Do any council members wish to comment? If not, then I'll entertain a motion to approve the recommended action. Thank you, Councilwoman. Is there a second?
I will second.
Call for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Starr,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran,
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua, Mayor MacArthur,
Yes.
Councilmember Peralta,
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez.
Aye.
And this motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. This is the time and place set for public hearing on item K2.
Mayor,
Yes.
I have a statement I'd like to make.
Go ahead.
So I work for Haas Automation. The beneficial owner of Haas Automation is also the majority owner of another entity that owns property at the southeast corner of Rice and Sturgis, approximately 790 feet from the project site. The FPPC indicated they cannot definitively advise whether participation would be permitted under the Political Reform Act, and it would take no fewer than 21 working days for them to issue a formal opinion. So while I cannot imagine this decision would have a material financial effect on my employer, out of an abundance of caution, I'm recusing myself from participating in or voting on this item to avoid any potential violation of conflict of interest laws.
Thank you for that. This is the time and place set for a public hearing on item K2. This is from the Community Development Department. Subject entails one lot subdivision of an approximately 3.21 acre lot for 22 industrial condominiums. Purposes located at 2360 through 2364 Sturgis Road. The recommendation is that the City Council, one, conduct a public hearing regarding the property located at 2360 through 2364 Sturgis Road, and two, find the project to be categorically exempt from environmental review pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, guideline sections 15301K, existing facilities, and three, adopt a resolution approving planning and zoning permit number 23-300-02 for a tentative subdivision map, tentative parcel map number 24-300-02, subject to certain findings and conditions. And Mr. Jeff Pingilly's office is here to answer any questions. Madam Clerk, regarding the certification, publication, and written communications, if any, can you advise?
Mayor and council members, a legal notice was published in the newspaper on July 17th, and the city clerk's office has received no written communications on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do any council members have any ex parte communications or other disclosures regarding this matter? State for the record.
No.
Thank you. Members of the public were invited to sign up to speak on this item on the city's website, and a person who did not sign up may do so now by submitting a speaker card or following the instructions posted on the agenda for this meeting and at the city's website, oxnard.org/city-meetings. Associated Planner Juan Carlos Torres posted a video presentation regarding this item and is available to answer any brief clarifying questions council members may have before we take public testimony in this item. The council will deliberate after the public hearing has been closed. Do any council members have any questions at this time for Mr. Torres or any member of Pingilly's staff? No? Madam Clerk, are any public speakers on this item?
Mayor and council members, we do not have any public speakers for this item in person or virtually. Thank you.
So Mayor, this is the public hearing item, so you have to go through
I'll read this, yeah.
go through the script on this, please.
I'll now open up the public testimony portion of this public hearing. Speakers have 3 minutes to speak on this item. Anyone wishing to speak on the public hearing, please come forward and fill out a speaker card, or if you are joining us virtually, please press *9 to raise your hand, and we'll wait a few seconds for that. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers for this item?
Mayor and council members, we do not have any public speakers in person or virtually for this public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no speakers, then we will close the public hearing. The public hearing is closed. Do any council members wish to comment? If not, I will entertain a motion to approve the recommended actions.
So moved.
May I have a second? Councilwoman Basua seconded. Call for the vote.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua? Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis?
Yes.
And this motion carries 6-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Torres. The next item on the agenda is item L1 from the Finance Department. Subject, authorizing the issuance of 2025 wastewater revenue refund bonds. Recommendation, one, that the Board of Directors of the Oxnard Financing Authority adopt a resolution authorizing proceedings and agreements relating to the refinancing of the city wastewater system improvements and authorizing official actions. And two, that the City Council, A, adopt a resolution approving and authorizing the issuance and sale of 2025 wastewater revenue refunding bonds in amount not to exceed $55 million, and B, authorizing execution of an indenture of trust. C, authorizing the execution of and approving related agreements required in connection therewith. And D, authorizing the taking of all other actions necessary to the consummation and the transaction contemplated by the resolution. Back on June 24, 2025, the Finance and Governance Committee approved this item 3-0. And a presentation will be live at the request of the consultant. And I see that Mr. Javier Chagoin Lázaro, Chief Financial Officer for the city, is here. Do any council members have any questions on staff on this item? Councilmember
Yes.
Starr, you go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So we asked during the Finance and Governance Committee meeting for you to present to the council at this meeting whether in 2029, when the loan payments on the SRF loan causes debt service payments to be $13 million per year, will we be required to raise wastewater rates to meet debt coverage ratios? I'm wondering if you have an answer for us today. I'm wondering if perhaps if the answer might be on page 611, when the anticipated debt coverage ratio drops to 1.29 times.
Good evening, City Mayor, City Council members. Javier Chagoyen Lázaro, Chief Financial Officer with City of Oxnard. And the answer is correct, that you're referring to the right estimates at this moment for the coverage ratio.
Thank you. And I think what was the ratio required? Is like 1.2 or something like that, 1.25? Pretty close.
1.2.
1.2, thank you. And I was reading the indenture of trust agreement. I noticed that some provisions are not yet populated. So for example, on page 533, so page 533 doesn't yet have information on the municipal bond insurance or the reserve policy provisions. So kind of like bracketed information there. I'm wondering, how does the approval process work on finalizing this language? Is it something that we're delegating to staff? Has this come back to us? How does this part work?
Thank you for the question. And by the way, we have members of the financing team in attendance from our financial advisor, Greg Hill, and from bond counsel from BPK. We have Danny Kim and Kim Baser here that can address those questions with more detail. But basically, some of the items on these agreements, we have to wait until we close the transaction to have all the information that we need to complete those agreements. That's in the staff report, we indicate that we are presenting these agreements in substantial form. And those documents will be complete and finalized once the transaction has been closed.
So for section 4.08, where it says in brackets, reserve policy provisions, what is it that we're waiting for exactly?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the?
So on page 533, at section 4.08, it just has in brackets, reserve policy provisions. And then section 4.07, it says municipal bond insurance, and then in brackets says to come.
Good evening, Councilman Starr and Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Kim Byrons. I'm with Best and Krieger and Wilbron Council. I wrote those documents.
Thank you.
So the resolution, the approving resolution authorizes the city manager and the finance director to accept bids for bond insurance. The bond insurance will come back with its terms, which will be how much it costs for the bond insurance, and also a policy to fund the reserve fund. I believe we're funding that through insurance. They have standard terms, and the terms are virtually identical between the two insurance companies, which say we will pay if in the event that the city of Oxnard does not make a debt service payment, then we will pay. And then the bond insurer becomes subrogated to the rights of the bond owners for what they've paid. It's insurance.
Okay.
Those terms will be input to the document, and through the approval process, you authorize your staff to select, based on the lowest cost, which insurance company will provide that insurance policy, and that will be populated when the insurance is determined. Similarly, the other blanks in the documents, those are delegated to staff in your approval within the parameters of the resolution, so not to exceed a certain amount of dollars, not to exceed a certain interest rate, and within that parameter, you will save your money and move forward with the financing.
Okay. All right, just a kind of a general statement. So my hope is that this amount of the new bonds will be close to the 52 million that's currently due, and that we don't set interest rates so high that it results in the market having to pay a premium for the bond. My inclination would be to have a lower rate and a new liability that is closer to the amount of the existing liability. And I realize that there's markets move, and you deal with that as best you can, but I see this as a refunding opportunity, not a way to go into a larger amount of debt. That's my only statement.
Before our council member discussion, we'll take public, yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead, yeah.
Thank you very much. I didn't understand Mr. Starr's last comments, but I have a question specifically on 4.8, same thing. Reserve policy provisions. So the reserve policy is actually going to be an insurance that we're going to buy to cover the amount of reserves which are yet to be determined that we are supposed to keep?
Yeah, it's two insurance policies essentially. One is for the bond principal and interest payment. The second is for a fully funded debt service reserve policy, or debt service reserve fund. It would be a policy that stands in the place of cash that would be set aside to pay debt service on the bonds in the event that the city's cash flow did not.
Okay, and I appreciate that. I do think I understand that. But you had mentioned something about price and percent. No minimum, no more, or no higher than. Who decides that?
So in the resolution, there are some not to exceed amounts. I think the not to exceed amount in this resolution is $55 million. And the not to exceed interest rate is, oh, it's a savings, excuse me, it's a savings threshold of 3%. So that means that you must have in the pricing a net present value savings of 3% in your debt service from the prior deal.
I understand that. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Before we go into deliberation or discussion, we'll take any public comments. Madam Clerk, are there any speakers on this item?
Mayor and council members, we do not have any public speakers in person or virtually for this item. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Just thank you to CFO and the consultant team. I note that in the staff report that it states that the presentation will be live at the request of the consultant. Did we have a presentation this evening, or were they just made available for questions or any additional information?
So we have the presentation ready. It's the same presentation that was shared at the Finance and Governance Committee. And Craig Hill will just walk through that presentation.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Craig Hill, NHA Advisors. Good to see some of you again. Yes, as was mentioned, this is the same presentation. Sorry, is there a clicker? Okay. That was given at Finance and Governance. Thanks, Alex. So as part of the financing that is before you tonight, includes a number of the city's consultants that are involved to get this refinancing done. Our firm is serving as a municipal advisor, financial advisor to the city. We're kind of the quarterback that has put this structure together, working with your attorneys, Best and Krieger, Kim, who you just heard from, and Danny Kim, who are serving both in the capacity of the bond counsel, which is the documents before you, and then the disclosure, which is the preliminary official statement that's in draft form. You also have your trustee, who is right now currently involved in all of your outstanding debt obligations, and that's Computershare Corporation. And we are going through right now an RFP process to select the underwriter, and that will be the bank that will be actually working with us to set the interest rates, the lowest interest rates we can get to maximize the savings to the sewer fund. Just as a quick background, the sewer or wastewater fund has 3 obligations right now, and we are talking about refinancing the oldest one, the 2014. Obviously, the SRF loan you have from the state is at a ridiculously low interest rate of 0.9%, so it's much lower than currently your bonds that are outstanding. We anticipate and are advising the city that given the fact that this is impacting sewer rates by the amount that you have to raise for debt service, that as you can see from this graph, there's approximately 10 years left. That is represented by the orange line. We anticipate that through this refinancing, we're going to be able to lower the debt service across the remaining term. So just like refinancing your house, we're talking about potentially lowering the annual debt service. You'll be taking savings effectively every year for the next 10 years. In anticipation of some of your other obligations that you'll have in the sewer fund. That stack of documents that you have before you is summarized here in this slide deck. The way I like to describe it is the resolution tonight that's before you that gets approved is in final form. It has all of the numbers in it. There isn't any edits that are going to be. Everything else that's in the packet is in draft form, subject to us finalizing the terms of the transaction, subject to those not to exceeds that Kim already laid out. So we still have a lot of work to do on those documents, but it's simply going to be really filling in the blanks. It won't be structurally changing anything before you, but it's represented by everything that's here on the slide. The process has been going on for a couple months now. As was mentioned, it was brought before Finance and Governance. We have recently gone through the rating process, expecting to have some information soon. I mentioned we're already in the middle of the RFP process for the underwriters. We would expect that we would be setting the interest rates, should the council approve this tonight, in mid-August, with the idea that we would actually get the refinancing done and the old bonds paid off most likely late August, early September, maybe after Labor Day, depending on how things work out. We will be, once we engage with the underwriter, we will really be working with the market, trying to anticipate which way interest rates are going. If we think that things are starting to get away, if the world economy starts to get a little ridiculous, we start seeing interest rates climb, we may try to do it sooner. If we think things are in a good cadence, we're going to try to time it as best we can without speculating too much. So with that, happy to answer any questions or turn it back over to staff.
No question. Thank you. And just procedurally, just no public comment or public speakers, Madam Clerk?
Mayor and council members, that is correct. We do not have any public speakers for this item. Thank you.
Okay, and just procedurally, I'll entertain a motion for the Financing Authority. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Call for the vote, Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Starr,
Yes.
Vice Chair Teran,
Yes.
Commissioner Basua, Chair MacArthur,
Yes.
Commissioner Perallo,
Yes.
Commissioner Bettis,
Yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez,
Yes.
and this motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
And I'll entertain a motion for the City Council part of it. Is there a motion?
So, I will second.
Call for the vote, Madam Clerk, if there's no comment?
Mayor Pro Tem Teran,
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua, Mayor MacArthur,
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo,
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Starr,
Yes.
and this motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the work on this. Thank you. We'll move to the next item on the agenda. This is item L2 from the City Attorney Department. Subject, candidate processing fee ordinance. Recommendation that the City Council approve the first reading by title only and waive further reading of an ordinance titled Ordinance of the City of Oxnard, California, adding sections 1 through 52 to Chapter 1, Article 4 of the Oxnard City Code, establishing a candidate processing fee for the filing of nomination papers pursuant to California Elections Code, Sections 10228, and 2, authorizing the city clerk to process refunds to candidates who paid a $25 candidate processing fee since 2018, provided a written refund request is submitted to the city clerk within 1 year of the ordinance's effective date. This item did not originate in committee, and our assisting city attorney, Jason Saragosa, is here to answer any questions any council members may have of staff. Yes, go ahead, Councilmember. We'll go to you first, and then the Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I was wondering, how did we become aware of this?
Sure. So good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, Assistant City Attorney Jason Zaragoza. So as is stated in the staff report, 2018, you had a host of fees that were adopted by resolution, as is our standard practice. And when reviewing those fees recently for potential updates, as you all know, the fees for cannot exceed the cost of service, so the cost that it takes for the city to provide a service. So we were looking at those fees because the fee doesn't indeed exceed the cost of service for processing these nomination papers. And we found that the elections code, in fact, provides for a $25 fee maximum, which is what we have that was adopted by resolution as well. But it also provides that the fee must be adopted by ordinance, not by resolution. So the fee is correct, but the mechanism is incorrect, which is why we're here tonight to go ahead and introduce the ordinance to adopt the fee by ordinance.
And my next question is, so regarding these candidate fees that I guess we couldn't legally collect since 2018, is there a reason why we just simply don't just issue refunds instead of requiring that we notify people and then they notify us? It just seems like a lot of administrative work for very little dollars at stake.
Sure. So that's more of a policy call than a legal call, but that is the process that we are recommending going forward with. So we know the pool of candidates that Luli, the city clerk, has a list of the candidates for whom refunds, who are eligible for refunds. So she'd be reaching out to those candidates, notifying them that they may be eligible for refunds, and then they can submit the information to her, and then the refund would be processed.
Madam Clerk, can we just refund all the candidates without them?
Conceivably, there could be someone that doesn't wish to have a refund.
Right.
So.
Yeah.
If I may, Mayor?
I'm sorry.
Councilmember Starr, but just responding to that, not only may there be candidates who don't wish to receive the refund, but maybe folks have closed their candidate committee accounts at this point, and this is a long gone thing. And I'm wondering, in those instances, I mean, what does the statute say for something like that? When we refund someone who is long ago closed their account?
Right, yeah, the election scope provision doesn't speak to that, so it'd be up to each individual whether or not they wanted to submit a refund.
So in the case
request for a refund.
So in the case of fees like that, it's actually not required that come out of a candidate committee. Actually, that piece of it can come out of personal funds, so it actually is possible to have those funds paid back to the candidate himself. In fact, you would have seen that, for example, with recently with the candidate statements where we were overcharged because,
We got a refund.
and we got refunds, and those are back to us personally because the law allowed it to be paid that person anyway. So I guess my thinking and my recommendation is if it's not a lot of money, and it doesn't sound like it is, maybe, I don't know, we have maybe 20, 30, 40, how many candidates?
So before we get too deep into this discussion, I know that a question had come up about whether it's proper for the council to be considering giving itself refunds, since most of the people in the pool, or I guess a lot of the people in the pool of potential refund recipients are sitting on the dais. And we did look into that, and under the FPPC standards for materiality for a personal financial interest, that this would be, it's not income, it's not, certainly not real property or any other type of financial interest. It falls into the catch-all of a personal financial effect. There's a materiality threshold of $500 in a 12-month period. So it doesn't meet the threshold. The maximum that anybody would get would possibly be $75 if they paid for 3 elections that they ran in. I don't know that anybody put in for more, but it's certainly not going to reach $500.
Yeah. So it doesn't meet the materiality standard. One level down from that is the public generally exception would apply to allow you to participate. And one level down from that would be legally required participation, which I know there was some discussion about drawing straws and things of that nature, but we don't have to get there because as the city attorney explained, does not meet the materiality standard. That would present a conflict of interest that would require recusal. So back to my question, do we have some sort of estimate of how much fees are we talking about collectively?
Mayor and council members,
36?
Yep.
we have 36.
Yeah, 36, about $900.
Okay. Just seems cheaper just to write checks out than to go through all the correspondence back and forth and process claims.
City Attorney, could we do something like that? Could we just refund
ask a
the
question?
36 candidates back their money? Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Oh, no, I'm just seeking some clarification. If that's the policy decision of this council, is to just simply, for sake of paperwork, just refund them.
The council can make a policy decision, yes.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mayor Burke. Go ahead, I'm
I
sorry,
would
Ms.
disagree
Morrow.
with that, Mayor,
Okay.
and specifically for this, and to answer the question from Mr. Starr. It'd be easier to do this. Mr. Starr, you were very forceful, and rightfully so, with respect to not accepting a gift from the Cowboys. It's just been explained that this was done because there was a change in fees, and you asked when did they find it? They went and found that it was done inappropriately. So we would do this to make it appropriate, so that just as example with you with your cowboy shirt, we would have done this clean. No one would come back later on and say, wait a minute, you didn't do this right, and challenge the council, especially when legal staff has given us the opportunity to do it correctly.
I guess what I don't understand is this. I'm just simply asking the question, if we know that we didn't collect it legally, and if we're waiting, instead of waiting for the candidate to request the funds, what is the harm or what's illegal? Is there anything illegal about just simply?
There might be an Aaron Starr Jr. that comes back and crucifies this council.
And that is
It's
exactly why we put this on the agenda for the council to make a determination.
I have a proposal. How about you adopt the ordinance going forward, and I will administratively make the $25 refunds to 36 candidates.
Good, that's fine.
Can we do that?
But-
You could just, yeah, you could do that if those checks are not cashed. Then within a certain period of time, they become stale dated. There's action that's taken with regard to posting in a newspaper of general circulation, and then an item back before the council to then transfer those funds back into the general fund. So that could result in something else in the long term, but it certainly can be done that way.
So there are certain people that look at every check that is issued by the city, and when they see that somebody's going to get a $25 check, or maybe a $50 check, or maybe a $75 check, and that those go to elected officials, without this public discussion, there would be some level of storm that is, not polite to say, and that's a reason why, the way people conduct themselves, that affects how we put items on the agenda. And this is one of those items that we foresaw that if it just was done administratively without any public discussion, would lead to accusations of fraud, malfeasance, what have you. So thank you for having the discussion. If the council wants to authorize that through a minute motion, that would satisfy our concerns.
Thank you. Councilwoman?
Yeah, I just have a question on the FPPC. So even if we paid for it out of our own funds, we still report it as a payment in our form. So if we're getting this money back and we've closed our campaign, I mean, do we have to redo an amendment and say, hey, now we're $25 and we're paying ourselves back? I'd rather not deal with that whole.
So generally, the city attorney's office does not advise on how candidates run their campaign filing requirements.
Yeah, because I can just see those people that do look at the campaign contributions and make reports to the FPC that we received a check, closed our, campaign, and now we gained $25. Well, that's what I mean.
Only if you cash
Anyway,
it.
filing fees were exempt from the reporting requirements.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. And to Councilwoman Basua's point,
No, you actually don't. Filing fees are not required.
if a check was issued during this time period, let's say you receive it on August 15th, that would be reported in the following reporting period for that, which should be after December 31st and due January 31st, I believe. And so it's just, that is, income for the committee, and it's noted as such when it was received, when it was deposited, and documented as such. I believe in the past I received a refund from the city clerk's office in a previous election because of the payment for the voter's guide ended up being a less than what was paid, and so that refund came to my committee from that, and I see this to be a similar mechanism. One last question on that. I mean, we're talking $25 here. I mean, that's another cowboy shirt. But if someone was watching right now and is a former candidate and it says, big deal. If they wish to decline, is the opposite true? If this body decides to just do automatic refunds, should they contact the city clerk's office and say, I'm good, you don't have to send me my $25, I'm putting it in writing? I mean, what are thoughts on that?
Sure. Yeah, if the policy call is made by the council to direct that the checks be automatically issued, then sure, a candidate could contact the clerk and say, I'm opting out.
Thank you.
Yep.
Do you want to make a motion, Aaron?
Actually, I wanted to talk about the basics here, which is setting of a $25 fee to begin with. I'm really opposed to charging someone a fee to be a candidate, even if state law allows us to do it for $25.
That's not the issue on the table.
Actually, it is the issue on the table because we have an ordinance that we're being asked to adopt to establish.
I beg your pardon, you were correct. We are being asked to adopt that.
Right.
Okay.
So I'm opposed to adopting an ordinance that charges people to be candidates. I think that we should have the right to be candidates without having to pay a fee to the city to do it. And I realize it's not a lot of money,
Right.
but that's just it just rubs me wrong. So I'd be inclined to vote against the ordinance establishing the fee.
Okay.
Which is a separate question from the refunds.
So you made a motion?
Well, for which?
You're bringing up something other than what's on the agenda, and so
No,
you're
this
talking
is-
about
this-
doing
this
away,
is- this
you're
is-
talking about doing away with
Hold on.
$25 to do this. Not because we're not, we didn't do it in an ordinance, we didn't do it correctly.
So-
So now you're suggesting we do not charge $25. Is that the form of a motion?
Right now, the status quo is that if we don't adopt this ordinance, we cannot charge it. So I'm just simply saying I will be voting no against the adoption of an ordinance that allows us to charge $25. I don't need a motion that says, let's not pass the motion.
Okay, yeah. I understand what you're saying.
There's a separate question of the refunds. If you want to, if you want to, we can have a motion right now to issue refunds.
Yeah, that's-
And I'd be in favor of making that motion right now. So I would move that we automatically issue the refunds to the candidates for the payments that we were never legally authorized to collect.
Yeah, I second that motion.
Is that per the city manager's mechanism that he suggested?
It sounds like that's aligned to exactly what he suggested, administratively refunding them that money. That's the policy decision we make here.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I second that motion, but we do have before we go to discussion, we have a public comment. Ronald, do you want to come up?
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and staff. My name is Ronald Arwejo, and I'm speaking as a previous candidate to an Oxnard office in 2020. I recommend approval of staff's recommendation to refund the candidate processing fee. If possible, I'd further recommend slightly to extend the deadline to a date certain at the end of 2026 or 2028 for the following 3 reasons. To give more time for the candidates to hear about this ordinance, if it's passed, simplification of the date, and allows a 4-year cycle for when candidates last ran for a city council or mayoral seat to find out about the refund at the time they meet with the city clerk. No matter what happens with refund, I'm glad that the fee will remain to provide some minimal amount of recompense for the city without being too overly burdensome. I also encourage the city/city clerk to contact me if there's any difficulty contacting the candidates from the 2022 general, 2023 special, or 2024 general, in addition to Mayor Pro Tem Tehran, who was one of the moderators for the 2020 general election. As the INCO candidates forum moderator, the FPPC info, while official, is not necessarily the best or even possible way to contact them. Please approve staff's recommendation, ideally with the later deadline. Thank you.
Ron, it would be a moot point, right, if we just adopt policy where we just refund them? Correct, Ron? I mean, you're asking to extend it, but if we set policy just to refund them all 36, then we don't have to extend the policy. There's no need for that.
I won't question the city council on that. I wasn't prepared for my comments in regards to that. I'm only saying that
Okay.
if there is something to have the later deadline. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Ron. So,
That was a motion seconded.
second, oh, go ahead, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
I know the motion on the table is regarding the refund, but just so we can clarify it, I'm wondering if maybe the city clerk or the city attorney's office can speak to the $25, which is the maximum allowed per the code. What does that cover? What does that go towards? Why do we even charge it?
Mayor and council members, this fee was adopted in 2018 before I was in office, and it was just to kind of offset staff's time, the cost for producing the binders with all the supporting documents and all of that. It's not to recover the full cost. So.
Yeah, if I may, like every other fee for service, the fee cannot exceed the cost that it takes for the city to provide the service. So this $25 fee is not enough to cover the cost that it takes to actually provide the service, but it's what we're capped at statutorily.
Makes sense, yeah. go
Thank you for that. And thinking back to the 2020 election, as Mr. Araujo had referenced, I recall running the candidates forums online, and I want to say there were 15 candidates total between the mayor and the 3 district races. That's just off the top of my head. Just $25 times 15 is $375. I imagine the city clerk's office at the time spent a lot more in time and materials than that, but $375.
And Mayor and council members, in 2020, we had 19 candidates. In 2028, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12,
2018, I think she meant.
13 candidates in 2018.
It's late, it's 11, yeah.
Sorry. And in,
What?
It was a long meeting, we're already there.
That's a good one.
Thank you for that.
I think just for clear, you said we're capped at 25, which I think is reasonable, but we have a first and a second. Unless there's-
Discussion.
Yeah, we're going for discussion. Go ahead.
I think we're making a mistake
Okay.
when we, 7 people, none of us attorneys, are not taking the legal advice that we get. You can pick and choose what you want when you go to the grocery store.
Yeah.
You pick and choose what you want with legal advice. As a council member,
Mm-hmm.
you are putting the city out to hang. And
Well, I
it
think
says right here in section 22, I hope you've read it.
Yeah.
On the background, section 10.22.8 reads, quote, "A filing fee proportionate to the cost of processing a candidate's nomination papers or a candidate's supplemental nomination papers filed pursuant to subdivision B of section 10.22.1 as determined by the city council and set by ordinance, but not exceeding $25 may be imposed to be paid upon the filing nomination papers," end quote. I do understand Mr. Starr's point, not having to have people pay money to run for office. But I do not understand or support going when it's against what the hell the advice is from legal counsel.
Just a point of order here.
I think there's a misunderstanding.
So the motion on the table only has to do right now with refunds. So let's dispense with that, and then let's deal with the issue of the ordinance itself. So do you have any debate on?
Well, I think
the
Mr. Perrello, just to clarify, the city attorney, we're not in dispute of the $25 fee. That's not in dispute. And then I think the city attorney clarified that we could as a policy, and he said that was advisable. He's not going against that.
He gave us examples of the type of people that look at this stuff and they come back and crucify us.
I don't think that's what he said. Go ahead, Mr. Fisher, if you can just clarify. I don't.
So the motion before you right now just has to do with how the refunds are to be handled.
That's it.
And then after that, hopefully soon, we'll have a motion on the ordinance.
Just to clarify for Councilmember Perrello, are you advising against just
I have
processing just refunding the 36 candidates? Are you advising against that?
I have an argument against the motion, and only because if somebody gets a check in the mail and they didn't even realize we're trying to award them checks, and now we have to stop the check, that's gonna cost us $35 just to stop the check when the check was only 25. But that's my only thing that I can think of right now. Let people ask for the refund, so we have a paper trail that says, yes, I'm interested in being refunded. There's a process, we follow the process, there's backup, we cut a check. Now you're expecting and you receive a check.
That's a good point, yeah, okay.
So just deal with that. So we don't have to stop payment on checks that become stale. If this was private industry, we would have to sheet the monies to the state, but I think that because we're a municipality, that when it gets to the point where I forget how many years, but I think it actually ends up going back into the general treasury.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, there's an entire process for stale dated checks. That includes publication
and that's something we do anyway, because there's always checks out there that haven't been cashed. So I don't think it adds any extra real work. I'm just simply saying that, I mean, my intention here was to try and save time and effort by saying, let's just issue some checks. And I don't know, we've probably used up more than $900 worth of time, right?
I've just written all those checks while you were all talking.
But anyway, that's my motion. If there's no other debate, maybe we can come to a vote on this.
Mayor, and I would agree with Councilmember Rodriguez. I personally think we need the paper trail. Have the candidates, ask for it and reimburse just for everybody's safety.
And that's fine. I don't think, I'm not dug in. It's minimal. So whatever, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, and thank you, Councilwoman Rodriguez, for those points. I note that in the staff report where it references the $900 and a total of 36 candidates, it does state that to streamline the process, since the city clerk has records identifying the 36 affected candidates, the city will send written notification to each candidate informing them of their eligibility to request a refund. So it's not like they need to watch this meeting or hear word of mouth or see a social media post. There will be intentional action on the part of the city to inform candidates if they would like to, they are eligible for the $25 if they would like, or more. If they would like to access it and request the refund, here are the steps. So I appreciate that being thought up. I was just kind of like, okay, fine. If the city manager is willing to pay it out, pay it out. I had asked personally about myself, really, because I'm not particularly interested in receiving the $25 refund. Or I think it's probably $50 for me because I was in 2 back-to-back elections. But regardless, those are good points. So I think that it would add an additional paper trail and action that's affirmative on the part of the candidate when the city contacts them in writing and say, hey, you're eligible for this, here's what you need to do to access it. So especially since the 7 of us up here are likely going to be recipients of those letters.
Yeah, I'm fine with whatever. I mean, whatever's easiest for staff, I'm good with.
So the motion is
Yeah, the motion's just to issue refunds. So, I mean, we're sending them a letter anyway, why not include a check?
Well, just to confirm, when the motion was made, Councilmember, I did ask, and I should have done it on the mic, but you said, I asked, you mean per the recommendation or the mechanism the city manager mentioned? And you said, you nodded here, yes.
And what the city manager, well, yeah, I'm sure the city manager can do it according to the mechanism he
So just to
desires,
clarify, your motion is just to do the refunds, not necessarily saying what the mechanism for that is.
Right.
Okay, so we're clear.
Refunds. With the letter.
With a letter. So we have a paper trail.
There you go.
I'm just hearing that Councilmember Starr and our city manager are agreeing on this issue.
It's pretty late at night, and I'm not even sure anymore.
I'm just kidding. Okay, so we have a motion on the table.
All right,
For refunds.
just for refunds.
Is there a second?
Yeah, Mayor,
It's already been seconded.
I have a motion by Councilmember Starr, and I have you as a second.
Thank you. You're right. Call. It's late. I'm sorry. We'll call for the vote.
Thank you. Councilwoman Basua.
For the refund, with the paper trail.
Paper trail.
But we're not asking the candidates to ask for it.
Correct.
And no.
And that was, and the city attorney said that was okay. So we're not going to get his advice.
I would rather have the candidates request and know that it's coming to them.
Okay.
Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo?
No.
Councilwoman Bettis?
No.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilmember Starr?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Before I vote, just so we're clear, this is just for refunds.
Yes. With the paper trail.
I'm making sure that's on the record because the votes are surprising to me here. I'll vote yes.
Okay, they're getting refunds.
Thank you. The motion carries 4-3. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now the ordinance?
So moving on to the ordinance, I think I've stated my position.
Okay.
I move the recommended ordinance as stated.
I'll second it.
Yes. We'll open up for discussion.
Just a quick thing, I appreciate the response there for why the $25 is requested and what it goes toward. And again, it doesn't nearly cover the cost of what the city clerk's office and her staff does for the candidates. My question is, if somebody were to file the required forms, that they're going to be raising less than $2,000, or they're going to be running on very low fundraising or campaign fundraising for their candidacy. Do we have any flexibility to waive the $25 if somebody shows any kind of need or hardship on that? And I see head shakes no.
Right, yeah, well, the elections code certainly doesn't provide for that. I mean, I suppose there could be, I don't want to complicate matters even more, but the council, as a matter of policy, in the future, may look at, a waiver that's adopted by ordinance for certain individuals, but as it stands now, it'd be a straight $25 fee.
That would need to be part of this ordinance.
Correct.
I see. Okay, and I understand Councilmember Starr's points about not charging people to run for office. I personally feel that there's way too much money in local politics. City of Oxnard is not an exception to that. But for anyone to run for office, $25 to cover what the city clerk's office does seem minimal to me. I see his points, and I would be inclined to agree with that, but looking at someone who is hoping to just put their name in the race and be there, knowing that they are being provided a binder, and I think we've all received the binder of lots of information that did require somebody to sit down, print those out, tab them out, put them together, sit down with you, the clerk and the assistant clerk, and explain to you all those things. Just the staff time alone is far more than the $25. And I understand that is the role of the clerk's office, but anything we can do to even minimally offset that, I hope that people can understand where the city's coming from with that and having that cost built in. So I can see both sides of it, but I am inclined to support the ordinance. So thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councilmember Starr.
So in my mind, there's just certain things in life that we shouldn't charge for, even though it costs us money to provide the service. I mean, we don't charge people for police services. We don't charge people to vote, and yet there's a lot of costs that go into processing ballots. So if you're going to agree with me that we shouldn't charge people to vote, why would you charge people to be a candidate?
I would like to make an argument that we should charge people to be a candidate so that there's skin in the game and so that folks take it seriously, or else we could have 100 people just putting their name and then really not launching a campaign. I just think $25 is a minimal fee, and, I'm not trying to take people's money, but I think that even me trying to get information about how do I start this process, going to the fourth floor, is there a website, is there a binder? I inquired about my candidacy much before I actually filed for paperwork. So that made it official to me.
Yeah. I just want to make a comment. I'm sorry, go ahead.
As this last election, during the treasurer's election, 2 people pulled the papers, did everything, and then bailed at the last minute. People need to take it serious, and I think $25 is a minimum charge to take it seriously.
Yeah.
And a question for the city attorney. When the check is it issued to the individual, or is it issued to the committee to elect?
The check would be issued to the individual.
So there would be no designation that the person would have to have a campaign committee to cash the check?
That is generally correct, although as the city attorney said, we generally do not provide advice on individual campaigns and what you do with your filings. But generally, yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for that follow-up question, Councilmember Perrello. I hear Councilmember Starr's arguments for it, but I also hear Councilwoman Rodriguez, and I would side with Councilwoman Rodriguez on this one. Yes, Councilwoman Basula.
I just want to say to Councilmember Starr, we actually do pay to vote. Every time we pay taxes, that supports those local offices. When we're paying taxes, it pays for our police officers.
Great, we're paying taxes right now to cover the city clerk's costs, right?
Yeah, look.
So therefore, we're already covered.
No.
It's already paid by our taxes.
No, unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. But that's my argument towards yours, that, everything, we're here, taxpayers are paying for all this. So, I'm not inclined to, move that forward.
No. Is there a motion on the table on this one? No, that's what I'm asking. Put some out.
Mayor,
Yes.
we have a motion by Councilwoman Rodriguez and then a second by Councilmember Perallo.
Oh, we do?
Yes.
That was a motion. Yes. Go ahead.
And thank you, Councilwoman, for that statement. I'll just share, well, California doesn't fall into this. I'll just say that while there's no charge to show up and vote, states who have enacted voter ID laws as a requirement in order to show up and vote, IDs are not free. Those government IDs, you have to make the time to go in and pay your fee to get your picture taken and get that, assuming that someone has the ability and flexibility during the office hours to go in and do that. And we can go down that whole rabbit hole of how that is excluding certain populations, but I think that's one example of an indirect cost to vote in particular states. So thank you, California, for not going down that path.
Yeah. Okay, so we have a first and a second, Madam Clerk. Call for the vote.
Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilmember Starr?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua?
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
And this motion carries 6-1 with Councilmember Starr voting no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jason. We'll go to the next item on the agenda. This is item L3 from the Finance Department.
I bet we spent more money just developing the ordinance than we'll ever charge in fees for the next 10 years.
The subject entails fiscal year 2025, 2026, general fund budget, City Treasurer's Department. The recommendations that the City Council approve a budget appropriation in the amount of $72,818 from the general fund, available fund balance to increase the City Treasurer's annual budget from $409,182 to $482,000 for fiscal year 25, 26. This item did not originate in committee, and our CFO, Javier Chagoin Lázaro, is here to answer any questions staff may have of him. Are there any questions of staff on this item?
There are no questions. I'll move the recommended action.
Madam Clerk, are there any speakers on this item?
Mayor and council members, we do not have any public speakers in person or virtually for this item. Thank you.
I'd like to actually ask something about this. So I was looking at the court transcript that the city attorney gave to us. And one thing I'd like to point out is that on page 29, that said the court's task here, I believe, is to determine the threshold minimum amounts of information, staff, and money that the city treasurer requires to discharge his elected duties. The flip side of that is that the court is not going to intend to determine what amount of money, information, or personnel would be wise for the city treasurer to have, would be desirable for the city treasurer to have, or would be optimal for the city treasurer to have. So and I definitely respect where the judge is coming from, because he doesn't want to be in a legislative shoes, right? But I guess the question is, for us, he came up with a bare minimum based on, case law involving, for example, compensation for the treasurer. You can't set a salary so low that no one would actually take the job, is what he said. So in that vein, he came up with his thought as to what the minimum would have to be. But I guess my question is, are you satisfied with just giving the treasurer just the bare minimum? I mean, I don't know if we do that for any other department. Is there an optimal amount? Maybe. Do I know what it is? Not yet. So I guess I'm just trying to get a feel from the rest of the council of whether, is it your desire just to meet whatever the minimum threshold is that the court said we had to do, or are we interested in making sure that there's a sufficient amount of resources? And maybe that minimum is the sufficient amount, but I just want to know what the thinking of the council is on that.
Sure. Go ahead.
I'm satisfied with what we've done here.
Any other comments? Are there any public speakers on this item, Madam Clerk?
Mayor and council members, we do not have any public speakers on report L3. Thank you.
Yes, Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Just a quick question for the city attorney's office, Mr. Rozelle or Mr. Fisher. The transcript that Councilmember Starr referred to, is that currently a public document or has it been released for the public?
It is a public document, yes.
Okay, thank you. Just for the benefit of the public, because it's referenced tonight, I'm going to be sending that transcript to the city clerk to be entered into the minutes for this meeting, if that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a first and a second. Madam Clerk, call for the vote.
Mayor MacArthur,
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo, Councilwoman Bettis, Councilwoman Rodriguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Starr,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran,
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua. Yes. And this motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. There being no further business on the agenda, and without any objection, we are adjourned. Thank you.
So we actually issue 3 get the